Good morning. I'm NASA's Sandra Jones, and I am joined by Jim May from Boeing, and we are going to continue to bring you live coverage of the in-flight portion, the phasing portion of Starliner's mission to the International Space Station. If you're just joining us, Wilmore and Williams launched at 9:52 a.m. Central Time this morning today from Space Launch Complex 41 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. The duo did lift off on the AtlasV rocket and are slated to dock to the International Space Station's forward port of the Harmony module just a little less than 24 hours from now, targeting that docking at 11:15 a.m. Central Time tomorrow, June 6th. Following docking, the crew will complete hatch opening operations, targeting that hatch opening around 1 p.m. Central Time tomorrow afternoon, and welcome remarks to follow around 1:20 p.m. Central. At this time, Wilmore and Williams are awake and have a busy few hours ahead of them. First up was the NC burn, which took place just a short time ago and was successful. This burn helps get Starliner in the proper trajectory in preparation for tomorrow's docking. Next up, the crew will begin to prepare for their first PAO, or Public Affairs Office Mustang event. This is the first opportunity for the crew to provide remarks on the mission thus far and their flight into orbit. Following this, the CFT crew will also conduct some far-field piloting checkouts and provide feedback to the teams on the ground on those checkouts. We will discuss these piloting checkouts a bit more here shortly as we approach them. Following this, the crew will complete data collection on VESTA, or the Vision-Based Electro-Optical Sensor Tracking Assembly. This is essentially a vision-based system which helps with tracking and docking, of course, for Starliner. The crew will also complete other tasks and checkouts, do a little cleanup, all before completing a medical conference and getting some rest. So as you can see, quite a busy few hours ahead for the crew. Because this is a test flight, there are multiple checkouts and tests that occur as part of the eventual certification process of Starliner. And coming up here in just a few minutes at 11:30 a.m. Central Time, we will have the opportunity to hear from managers at both NASA and Boeing and United Launch Alliance about today's successful launch of Butch and Suni. You can tune in and listen into that news conference on the NASA TV channel or the nasa.gov website. We will be splitting our channels, so we'll have a media-only loop that will be provided as audio-only coverage. We are continuing to cover every step of the way along this mission until we do dock, but we will be splitting those channels out in order to broadcast the post-launch news conference.
ground level.
Discovery, roger. Go for deploy.
Thanks, June, and to everybody in the shuttle program. The crew is go for launch.
Roger. Nice to be in orbit.
We have followed in their footsteps to get us where we are today.
Good afternoon, and welcome to NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. I'm Antonia Jaramillo, and you are watching the post-launch news conference of NASA's and Boeing's crew flight test mission. At 10:52 a.m. Eastern Time today, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams launched aboard Boeing's Starliner spacecraft and United Launch Alliance's AtlasV rocket from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, Launch Complex 41. Butch and Suni are now on their way to the International Space Station, and joining us in the room today to speak more about this mission and next steps are NASA Administrator Bill Nelson, Ken Bowersox, Associate Administrator for NASA Space Operations Mission Directorate, Steve Stitch, Manager for NASA's Commercial Crew Program, Joel Montalbano, Deputy Associate Administrator for NASA Space Operations Mission Directorate, Mark Nappy, Vice President and Program Manager for Commercial Crew Program at Boeing, and Tori Bruno, President and CEO of United Launch Alliance. This group of experts will be taking questions here in the room and also over the phone, but before we jump to the question and answer portion, each of our panelists will say a few opening remarks. We'll begin with Administrator Nelson.
Thanks so much. The first time that a human was launched into orbit on an American rocket was an AtlasV. And the Atlas continued throughout the Mercury program. And now, here, all these years later, we've got a crew going to the station on an AtlasV. It's also interesting that this is the 6th human-rated spacecraft, American. And you think back, there was first Mercury, then Gemini, then Apollo, then the Space Shuttle, then Dragon. Now we have the Boeing Starliner. And next year, we should have our 7th human-rated spacecraft when the crew of Artemis II will launch and circle the moon. So this is another milestone in this extraordinary history of NASA. And I want to give my personal congratulations to the whole team that went through a lot of trial and tribulation, but they had perseverance. And that's what we do at NASA. We don't launch until it's right. And so for Boeing and the ULA teams, the NASA teams, congratulations to all of you. Now, Butch and Suni do what they do best. They're test pilots. And they're going to test this thing from izzard to gizzard. And they're going to certify it for a rotational basis to send crew to the International Space Station. So now with Dragon and Starliner, the U.S. is going to have 2 unique human space transportation systems. And that, of course, we always like to have a backup that makes it safer for our astronauts. And that's why we started the commercial crew program in the first place, partnering with U.S. companies to deliver safe and reliable spaceflight at the same time of cutting the cost. So it's different from the old days, but we go with our commercial partners now. And when we expand our fleet of spacecraft, what we're doing is expanding our reach to the stars. And that will be true of the Artemis program as well, where you will have 2 landers that will be available to the NASA crews to go down to the surface of the moon. So this is a special moment. It's another one of those great markers in history, and it is a program that what NASA does is hard. Space flight is hard, but it's worth doing. So my congratulations to the team, and do you want me to turn it back to you or turn it over to Sox?
We can go ahead and hand it
Ken
over.
Bauer Sox, our Associate Administrator.
Thank you, sir. Great words. It's great to be here with you today. Thanks to all of you for being here with us. Thanks for hanging in there with us as we've worked a few issues over the past few weeks. I know it's really easy to lose patience as you're waiting for launches to happen. But as I said before, good things are worth waiting for, and I hope you agree with me that today's launch was definitely worth waiting for. It was beautiful. It was great to see the smiles on Butch and Suni's face as they were getting close in the count and hearing their voices after they were safely on orbit. It was also really impressive to watch the NASA, Boeing, and ULA team as they work through the issues over the last few weeks. It's easy to get impatient. It's easy to get tired. I was so impressed with the professionalism of the whole team and the way they kept their priorities in the proper order and made sure that we were really ready to go today. There's a lot ahead of us. The crew has a lot of test flight objectives. We need to get them to station. We have some work there at station, and then we have the return. And there are a lot of different things that the program will be working through as they go through each of those phases, and they'll talk more about that. But I'm really looking forward to seeing 2 U.S. vehicles at the International Space Station. I know Butch and Suni will probably get a kick out of that if they get a chance to look out the windows and see a Dragon there, see a Starliner there. It's something that I think all of us should be proud of and that I'm personally looking forward to. We've got a prescribed landing date that goes along with this launch date. I just want to emphasize that nobody should get too excited about that date. We have to have a lot of conditions that are just right before we bring the Starliner home, and we're going to wait till the conditions are right and we've accomplished the test objectives before we do that. So we may see, some additional time elapse before we actually bring them home. But the reason we'll be doing that is to make sure we gather all the data we need to gather and to make sure that it's the right day to bring Butch and Suni back to Earth. And now I want to turn it over to Steve Stitch, the Commercial Crew Program Manager.
Yeah, thanks, Ken. Appreciate it. It's great to be here today. It's great to see so much interest, and boy, what a heck of a day it was today. So proud of our entire team who've worked so long to get Starliner to this point. Congrats to the ULA team, United Launch Alliance, Tori and his team. You know, the Atlas did a great job today getting Starliner, Butch and Suni on orbit. It's a very smooth ride. Congrats to Mark and his team for all the great work to get the vehicle ready, operating the vehicle, getting it ready, and thanks to Joel as well in the space station program, for supporting us. And we got some pretty good objectives to do when we get to the station in about 24 hours from launch. Today was just a great countdown. It was nice to get into a countdown again. The weather was very good, probably as good as you could ever ask for in Florida. We got through the countdown. We checked the manifold 2 port doghouse helium leak. That was right where we left it when we had the countdown on June 1st. No change in the leak rate at all. It was about half of what we had experienced back on the May 6th attempt. So that's going to be very manageable on orbit. All the other manifolds are doing really well. The ULA system, the ground system did a phenomenal job. Clicked through the countdown, very smooth countdown all the way through. And then, of course, we got the vehicle launched and a very smooth ascent. The rocket did a great job. We did a couple burns today already. The first burn, called the orbit insertion burn, about 31 minutes after launch, with 4 of the orbital maneuvering and control thrusters. That burn went well, and we did a phasing burn about 12:07 Eastern time, and that went great as well. The only thing that we are watching a little bit is, we use a system called a sublimator to provide cooling during the launch phase and during the landing phase. And what that does is it creates a block of ice, essentially, and then that ice, as heat is passed into that ice block, that ice, a little thin layer of it, turns into a vapor, and that rejects heat away. We used a little bit more water than we expected during the ascent. We have a backup system where we can go ahead and refill the sublimator tank. It was good to get this data and for this flight and understand it. The team let that sublimator run a little longer to collect some data. Once we got on orbit, we handed over to the radiator system for cooling. That's in the service module. That system is doing well. And so for the rest of the day, really it's about checking the spacecraft out. We will check out the NASA docking system and extend that ring and check it out today. We'll check out the rendezvous sensor system that will be used tomorrow for the rendezvous. Really important system. We'll get that checked out. And then we'll check out there's a camera that Butch and Suni will use to monitor the approach to station. Tomorrow we'll check that system out. And then there's a whole host of other checkouts that we'll do today, some what we call operational checkouts to manually fly Starliner. So Butch and Suni will maneuver to an attitude for communications. They'll maneuver to an attitude to charge the batteries and practice doing that. They'll check out some of the hand controllers and the rotational hand controller and the translational hand controllers that we have. So it's really a big checkout day, and really the purpose of this is to learn all we can about Starliner. As Ken said, the major objective really is to get into crew rotation flights with this flight. So we're all set up for docking tomorrow. 12:15 Eastern is the docking time. We're looking forward to that, and we'll keep watching the vehicle. Today is a big step, but it's one step of many steps in this flight test. We'll take it one day at a time. Thanks for your interest, and I'll turn it over to my good colleague, Joel Montalbano.
Thank you, Steve, and thank you for joining us today. A historic day, an awesome launch. A huge congratulations to the Commercial Crew Program, the International Space Station Program, the Boeing team, United Launch Alliance, our international partners, and everybody who's been involved in this mission. Just a beautiful launch, and we look forward to an outstanding mission. As Steve said, we'll be docking tomorrow just after noon Eastern time, 12:15. We'll start integrated ops with the International Space Station around 9 a.m. Eastern time. This vehicle will dock to the forward port on the International Space Station. And as you heard from Steve and Ken, the real main purpose is to check out the vehicles. So the prime focus of Suni and Butch when they're on board the International Space Station is to check out the vehicle. As they have time available, we have some space station tasks for them to do. But just an awesome way to start the summer. You know, we continue to be busy. We just had a progress docking this past Saturday. We got a number of spacewalks coming up in the month of June. We have 3 spacewalks, U.S. spacewalks scheduled for the team, and the teams are working forward and looking forward to that and working towards those activities. Right before I left here, I sent a note to the International Space Station team, and I said, hey, turn the porch light on, print out the Wi-Fi password, and set the table for 2 more for dinner. So we got a couple people coming to visit, and that's just an awesome mission. So thank you for your interest in human spaceflight. Our goal is to get 2 crewed vehicles delivering to the International Space Station, and this puts us one step closer. With that, I'll hand it over to Mark.
All right. Thanks, Joel. Well, thanks, everybody, for being here and really participating in such a great day. I have been getting just a barrage of texts and emails and congratulations, and I can't tell you how good that feels for our Starliner team to see so much support out there. So we really appreciate that. We talked earlier about the tens of thousands of parts that have to work on the spacecraft, on the launch vehicle, and on the ground, and even the weather has to work for us. And today it all lined up, and we had just a really perfect countdown and launch. Really want to thank our team, our Boeing team, NASA, ULA, and all our suppliers. There's suppliers all across the country that didn't get to be here today, but I know they're watching, and I know that they're really proud of their hardware and what we accomplished. And of course, above all, Suni and Butch, because they really put so much into this to get us to this point and then get to execute this mission. They really are part of our family. You know, a lot of people say I need to smile more, and I'm smiling, believe me. But it's a little bit of controlled emotion because there's a lot of phases of this mission, and we just completed the first one. You know, pre-launch and launch is just the first part of this. We now have to get to ISS. We have to dock. We have to do docking ops. We have to undock. We have to do re-entry, and we have to land. So each one of those phases we're going to really pay very, very close attention to. And our team is really focused on that. So, you know, that as we go through each piece of the mission, there's flight test objectives that we're going to go accomplish. And we've already started that. And Steve talked about a couple that we have in front of us to get to docking. And that's where our team is really going to be focused. This is a test flight. We've talked about this a number of times. And we're going to probably experience a few things that we got to go look into. And we'll do that, and we'll talk to you about them as time goes on. But we're going to learn from this, and we're going to have a great experience. We're on orbit with Butch and Suni, and it's been a long time coming, and we're really, really proud of the team that got us here. Again, thanks to everyone for participating in this and getting us to this point. Thank you, and I'll turn it over to Tori.
Thank you. Well, as you all know, this is our first time, and the bird made us work for it a little bit. Today we had a very quiet count, a dead nominal flyout, and I'm not allowed to release our orbital insertion accuracy bullseye yet because it's preliminary, but that might be the best one we've ever done. After we separated, Administrator Nelson and Pam Milroy turned to me and said, does this feel any different, Tori? Yesterday I knew that I have come, you know, I'm coming up on 450 personal launches. Pretty sure I'd seen everything. But I have to tell you, there is absolutely nothing like this. And we are very, very proud to join this human spaceflight community. And I also have to acknowledge the very important contribution of Tony, because she showed me this morning that today, for the first time in this sequence, she had worn her lucky astronaut earrings, and then look at the result. So thank you very much. Proud to be with you all.
Thank you all for those opening remarks. We're now going to open up the floor to questions to media here in the room and over the phone. As a reminder for those joining over the phone, you may press *1 to ask a question. Let's start here in the room with Joey Roulette right there.
Thanks, Joey Roulette with Reuters. For Steve, you said you guys aren't tracking anything right now. Was the launch and deployment up until right now completely perfect? Did everything look fine besides the single thing you mentioned, or did anything happen that was off nominal? And for Mark Nappy, this obviously is a crucial moment for Boeing, and the mission's not over yet. But if you can speak a little bit to the broader kind of goals that the Starliner program plays for the company, if everything goes as planned, what does that mean for the company, and how do you guys move forward from that? Thanks.
Yeah, so far we're really not tracking hardly anything. There was one temperature sensor that was showing a little warmer than the other sensor in the cabin, so it's near a light. So the team basically disabled that sensor from providing feedback. That was about the only thing that the team worked. And then again, the sublimator usage, the water usage. Water in space, if anybody followed the space shuttle program years ago, we used something called a flash evaporator system where we flashed water into space to take heat away from the coolant loops. And that was a problematic system that would freeze up and have funny. So anytime you use a system with water in space and you've got ice and liquid and then the vapor of steam, it's very tricky. So I think we're going to learn a little bit about that system. We have this refill capability we'll use to fill the system back up before we come home and land. But other than that, so far the vehicle's been doing well. And really the purpose of these checkouts is to understand the vehicle better, and then we'll look at the data in real time. We'll have a review every day of the spacecraft. We'll have one tomorrow. when we get back to Houston. But so far, the vehicle's doing great.
Means a lot to us, and the program means a lot to Boeing. My boss was here today, my boss's boss was here today, and my boss's boss's boss was here today. So obviously it means a ton to us. This is the first step, of the mission. I said we got to go through these phases, and then when we get back, it's about certification. It's finishing up the certification so that we can be certified for the Starliner 1 mission, and it's getting that hardware ready for the Starliner 1 mission, and then getting a spot in the manifest with Joel and Dana and Steve on ISS for that Starliner mission. So that's really our focus for the next year is to get those things behind us.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and take this lady right here in the second row, right up front.
Hi there. Kristen Fisher with CNN. Big congratulations to everyone on a successful launch. Mark, a question for you and one for Joel, I believe. Mark, so much has been made of the competition between SpaceX and Boeing over the last decade or so. I'm curious how you view that competition over the last 10 years. Elon Musk sending his congratulations to the entire team. How would you describe that competition? And then for Joel, if we could just get an update on when that faulty pump on board the ISS will actually be replaced, how long that would take. Thanks.
I think you guys think it's a competition. We don't see it as a competition. We've got two providers that are going up to the International Space Station, and SpaceX is up there, and we're up there now as well. So this is something that NASA has planned, and we've accomplished it. And of course, that next step is certification. I saw the tweet. That's awesome. And I sit on my front porch and I watch every SpaceX mission, and I root for them too. This is something that's great for the entire country.
And on the pump change out, we're going to get to that as soon as we can. My hope is we get to it this week. If not, it'll be early next week.
Thank you. We'll go right here up front.
Thanks, Tony. Congratulations, everyone. This is James from Channel 6. I'd like to start with Mark 2, and maybe if Steve, Ken, and Mr. Administrator would like to chime in. As excited as you are, Mark, good to see you smile. I know that you might have a message in the back of your mind, perhaps, for the harshest critics of Starliner's program. Is there anything, I know you're focused on the mission at hand, but what would you like to say to those who may have even called for the cancellation of the program after all the delays? There are those who thought Butch and Suni would never fly. Thank you.
We talked to our team a lot about just ignoring a lot of the stuff that you read. We focus on the positive. We focus on the accomplishments, and we learn from the setbacks that we've had. It's been this way in human spaceflight my entire career. Steve talked in the last press conference where he's got 37 or 38 years, I think. I started thinking I've got 39. It's not a competition, but Steve, but I got 39 years.
I'll try to beat you.
And I think about, over the years, how many bad headlines I've read about the shuttle program, International Space Station. And then I look back at those programs and look at how successful they were. We had an incredible run with the space shuttle, and arguably we put the most incredible, fantastic engineering feat ever with assembling the International Space Station in space. And someday we're going to be looking back at this program the same way.
And I'll add a little bit to that question. I got a lot of texts today too from a lot of people that I work with who were former shuttle employees. I got texts from the SpaceX community. I got texts from a broad range of people, all working in human spaceflight. I think the text to me meant a heck of a lot because they know how hard it is, right? I think we sometimes don't talk about the challenges of getting to flight. I look back 4 years ago at Demo 2 and the challenges of getting to that flight. We had to redesign the parachute system on Dragon before that flight in the year before. We redesigned the propulsion system before. Starliner has had, every development program has challenges on getting there. Space Shuttle had challenges. It was behind schedule on launching. Every single program, I think, it's just so hard to put all the pieces together. As Mark said, they all have to work as planned. You qualify them, you test them, and then you learn about them and you fly them in space. And so we've stood side by side with Boeing working hard. We need 2 providers. We need 2 space transportation systems. It's hugely important to us. I think the whole community knows that. And it's just a tough endeavor to get to flight. And huge kudos to the entire team for getting there today. You know, the administrator talked about perseverance, hard work, dedication. That's what I see from our team every single day. I wish I could explain it here, but these people are working long hours and figuring out ways to solve problems, whether it's a Boeing employee, a NASA employee, United Launch Alliance employee. So it's just great to be part of the team.
But, oh, yeah, we don't need,
You're hot.
that button, do I?
No, you go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that, you know, folks like to judge early, and I would exercise caution doing that. You really don't know how great a program is until after it's finished. That's what I've seen with airplane programs and other aerospace programs through the years. It's also important to remember that we want more than one provider. It's really important to us, not just for ISS to have redundancy there, but we're trying to develop a new economy in low Earth orbit. And to do that, we want to have a field with multiple competitors. We'd like to see 3, 4 someday, right? And it starts by developing 2. Sorry to cut you off, boss.
Not at all, not at all. He's the real deal. Former space commander. The overall answer to your question is space is hard. And you better not mess it up by not going when you've tried out everything and you know that it is as safe as possible when you put a human on board. And sometimes that takes time. And the proof's in the pudding. Look what we've been through in all of the different space programs of NASA from the very get-go. And sometimes they were very painful. And when we didn't get it right, because mistakes were made, we, the entire country, suffered. So my hat's off to the team here. They waited until they got it right. As Joel said, we've still got some to come. Steve said this too, because this is the first time that the spacecraft that doesn't have wheels, like the shuttle did, is going to land on land. And it's going to come down in the Utah desert as the primary site. And so this is a whole new adaptation. So they waited until it was right.
Thank you. Well, we'll take it right here up front.
Yusuke Tomiyama, the Yomiuri Shimbun, Japanese Daily. My question is for Senator Nelson. You mentioned further lunar exploration in your first remarks, so I'd like to ask you, apart from Starliner, China's lunar probe successfully collected samples from far-side moon surface for the first time. So what do you think on this achievement, and do you have any plan to collaborate with China for science research of these samples? Thank you.
Did you specifically ask at first about Chang'e 6 that landed on the far side of the moon? Okay. Well, my congratulations to the Chinese space program. I have said over and over that they have a very good program. They have made lots of progress in the last 10 years. I would like very much, and have said this publicly many times, for them to be more transparent, more open, less secretive. And yes, we need to cooperate on things. The one thing that we did cooperate on was deconfliction in Mars orbit. But there are plenty of other opportunities for deconfliction and cooperation. And I would welcome that. But of course, today, and I respect your question, today is about the Boeing Starliner.
All right, we're going to take some questions over the phone. First up, we have Michael Sheets with CNBC.
Hi, everybody. I believe my question is best answered by either Steve or Mark, but for the 25 hours after launch, we're not going to have onboard live views or even delayed views of the crew like we've seen with Dragon, even going back to using Tidris before. So curious as to why that is. If there are onboard cameras, is this a matter of cost that we can't bring this feed back down until the International Space Station is reached by Starliner? Appreciate any clarification here.
Yeah, we do have a camera on board, a system called Mustang. It is not active for live feed during flight, but once we do get to station, we'll get feed, and of course when we get back down, we'll be able to get all the video. We are looking at being able to provide live feed in flight, but that won't be for a couple of flights.
All right. Next up, we have Micah Maidenberg with the Wall Street Journal.
Hi, thank you so much. Mark and Steve, is it possible to say how many out of the, I believe it's 87 test flight objectives are already kind of crossed off, given where the mission is just right now? And could you describe just what are one or two of the more higher risk moments from here on out? Thanks so much.
So, yeah, it certainly is possible to cross off all the flight test objectives, but I don't have those numbers in front of me. But I can kind of give you a little bit of a summary of what they look like. There's a little bit of manual flying that would like Butch and Suni to do with the hand controllers. That'll happen here in the next day. And then there's a lot of, I'll call them ergonomic types of flight test objectives. How do the seats fit? How do the suits work? How do the displays look? And and there's numbers that are associated with all those things that I just rattled off that add up into the 87. And then of course when we get close to docking, we'll do some more. And when we get docked, there's additional ones as simple as how does the cargo come out and how does the cargo go back in? Those are the types of flight test objectives that will be satisfying. Steve?
Yeah, I think Mark said it well. We don't have the exact number today because they're happening as we speak here. Maybe we could talk a little bit about what we've accomplished after we dock. The big things coming up. Obviously, docking is a high interest event when you're bringing two vehicles close to each other, like Starliner as it approaches the forward port of station. That's a huge, big event for us. A very integrated event between the Starliner flight control team and the International Space Station flight control team. And then, once we get docked, we have a big objective to demonstrate what we call safe haven. So that's a demonstration where we have the crew go into Starliner and use only the Starliner assets. If something were to happen on station, we have this capability in both Dragon and very soon Starliner. We'll demonstrate that. And then at the end, obviously, the deorbit and landing are huge events that we'll continue to learn a lot about. I would say one thing, about the spacecraft is this is the first time with a crew on board. So first time that the life support system is operating today. We've tested it on the ground. It worked great, but we're learning a little bit about that as well. Huge, important objective for the flight as well.
Thanks. We're going to take one more question over the phone before we come back to the room. We have Andrea Leinfelder with the Houston Chronicle.
Hi, congrats on the launch today. Understanding that these could change, can you give me the dates you expect Starliner will undock from the station, and then the date and location you're targeting for landing? Thank you.
Yeah, we have a number of landing opportunities. The first one would be the earliest would be June 14th. We would undock around 3:17 in the morning. That would be Central Time. With a landing around 8:38 Central Time. That would be at White Sands Space Harbor. What we really want to do is kind of look at the overall mission as it's going, and then Joel has some activities on the space station, and so we may adjust that date a little bit to accomplish some International Space Station activities. There's nothing magic about that date. A few days later, we have another set of opportunities as well. So we'll take a little time once we get docked, work with Joel and his team. He talks about some spacewalks that they would like to do as well, and so we'll work out the choreography of all those different events. But right now we're really focused on Starliner and docking tomorrow.
All right, we'll take some questions here in the room. We'll go to Ken Kramer.
Hi, thank you. Congratulations to everybody. It was spectacular to see that after so many years and hard work. So, Ken Kramer, Space Up Close, right? So, Tori, I want to follow up on a question I asked you at the end of the last briefing. You mentioned that, you don't do the RAN steering, and it's a unique orbit, suborbital, actually, that you deliver it to. So, I guess, and for safety reasons. So I'm kind of curious, why don't you use a third SRB to get to orbital velocity?
Oh, sure. Great question. So for those of you who are not familiar with it, RAN steering, right ascension ascending node, is a guidance technique that allows one, if you have enough energy and the guidance algorithms to pull it off, to give you a larger launch window when you're going to a target like the International Space Station, which is an intercept target, because there is only one perfect instantaneous moment to go for the least energy. That technique allows you to go early or go late, and then without wasting very much energy, re-intersect onto that ideal path. We don't do that here because it would not benefit safety, and we don't energy for it. We certainly could put a third booster on, third solid, and go orbital, but the whole idea behind this trajectory is that there are no blackout periods all along its path where the G-forces would be too great in an emergency abort separation of the capsule for the astronauts to be uninjured, and at the end of that journey we're just short of orbital velocity, so that if, God forbid, the propulsion system on the wonderful Starliner did not function properly, they would still get a free return safely to the Earth. So it's all about crew safety. It's really not about performance. And that gives us every possible chance to make sure the crew is safe throughout that trajectory. That causes us to fly low and flat for us, which is why we have an extra RL-10, because you need more thrust to do that. Does that make sense?
Well, I still don't understand why the third SRB doesn't change the situation.
We could put a third SRB and we could go orbital, but then at that point, if we didn't have propulsion on the capsule, they could not free return. They'd be stuck in orbit until they naturally decayed, which might take a while.
I think you'd have to look at what does that do to your acceleration profile in first stage. If you had a third solid rocket motor on the side, that's going to get you going a little faster in that first stage. And then we'd have to go look at, as Tori said, what we want to have is if anything happens to the rocket, essentially the starting point for the capsule trajectory is where the rocket is. And so you have to look at the Gs and the heating and the heat shield on the way on the other side. So it's all optimized for the two solid rocket motors, for crew safety for aborts, and then you essentially have almost a free return back to even Edwards Air Force Base should we not be able to do any of the burns. There's a small burn you could do to get to Edwards, and then on the second orbit also you could go to Edwards Air Force Base as a safe landing, as a contingency site. So.
Thank you. We'll bring it over here to this gentleman.
Hi, thank you. Sawyer Rosenstein, NSF. I guess for Joel or Mark, kind of continuing off the other question there, what would be some of the test objectives that might influence whether or not you go beyond the week docked to the ISS? Is there anything in particular that would benefit from that extended time, or that would require extended time that you could do if you stay docked?
To me, you got to check out the system and see what the system gives you, right? And so if we see something that wasn't as expected, and we're like, hey, another day would allow some extra time to go look at that system, then we'd stay. I mean, there's not a specific list of, hey, these 10 things are going to require more time. It's more watch the system, see how it operates, and if it requires more time, we have more time.
Thank you. We'll toss it to Lauren Grush.
Lauren Grush with Bloomberg. I think my question is for Steve or for Mark. You mentioned that you weren't really working any issues, but I am curious how this flight is comparing to the experience of the uncrewed test flight that you had and the issues that were experienced during that mission. Do you feel confident that those problems have been resolved based on what you're seeing with this flight?
I can start off, obviously on orbit flight test 2, the uncrewed flight. We saw some OMAC thrusters that failed off during the orbit insertion burn. Today, that first burn, I was really excited to watch it. I think it was like about 72 meters per second. I'm an old trajectory guy, so I kind of like burns. But all 4 OMACs fired in each doghouse. The control was just perfect. Those did really well. I didn't get to see the second maneuver, which was the phasing burn, but that went really well. So we had a couple things, happen early on that we've seemed to gotten past with. I know Mark's talked about, we think the leading cause of those failures was a little contamination in some of the propellant lines in those doghouses that they failed off. It was all in the same doghouse, actually. So far, the OMAC burns, these are pretty good-sized thrusters, 1,500 pounds of thrust. Those have gone really well, and I'll see if Mark has anything to add.
Yeah, we had our cooling system had a little bit of a freeze up on OFT2. We had worked on that by removing some filters so that it would operate a little bit more smoothly. Of course, we didn't have crew on OFT2, so that contributed to the problem. There wasn't as much heat in the crew module. And this time it appears everything's working fine, so I think we have that problem licked.
Thank you. We're going to go back to the phone. We have Mike Wall with Space.com.
Thank you all for doing this. And yeah, I'd just like to say congratulations on a successful launch and a successful mission so far. Just a quick question, maybe for Mark or for Steve. Have you heard much from Suni and Butch about Starliner and like how it's handling and what are their thoughts about the spacecraft so far?
Steve, I haven't heard anything at all. I've been busy preparing for this and a little bit of celebration.
Yeah, I have not either. I know they were going to call down, I talked about some of the things they were going to do, some of the manual maneuvers in the hand controller checkout, rotational hand controller, and the translation hand controller. And they were going to call down to the ground, I think probably about right now during this event. And so we haven't really heard too much from them. They've been really focused on clicking through a bunch of objectives, getting the spacecraft set up for orbit, doing the maneuvers we talked about, and doing the checkout. So I don't know, but we'll get some information from them later today.
Next up, we have Issam Ahmed with AFP.
Yeah, thank you so much for doing this. First of all, for Steve, I was wondering if you could reflect a little bit on the fact that you've been in this your job for so long now, and to see this day finally come. Could you reflect a little bit on what that means to you? And for Ken specifically, I think you mentioned earlier in the call that you might like to expand these commercial providers to 3 or 4. Could you sort of go into further details about what you meant by that? Because I hadn't heard about that before. Oh, and finally for Steve, if I could sneak in one more. Regarding the sublimator, you're pretty confident that you'll have enough water backup for the landing? Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'll take the first question. I just felt really proud today of the team. Having been with the team for 8.5 years now as the deputy program manager, I see the hard work of the team and just felt, a sense of accomplishment from watching the team work so hard, of getting this first step done, of getting Butch and Suni on orbit, getting a couple burns executed. It was a bit of an emotional time for me because you just see how hard people work, and they put their blood, sweat, and tears into it every day of their life. Sometimes their families, suffer as they work nights and weekends on analyses or resolving challenges, and just super proud of the entire team. When I say team, I talk about the NASA team, the Boeing team, United Launch Alliance team, the Space Station Program team, and as Mark mentioned, we get to work with a lot of suppliers as well on the NASA side. These people are committed to human spaceflight. They know how hard it is. They know what it takes, and I was just super proud of the team.
Yeah, when it comes to the additional providers, we work with other providers in addition to Boeing and SpaceX and the Dragon and Starliner teams to help them as they're thinking about someday building crew vehicles or converting their vehicles to crew. But we don't have any procurement in place to do that, nothing where we're going out trying to buy additional services at this point. But I would love to see the low Earth orbit economy grow so much that we need all those vehicles, right? So that was behind my statement is I would like to see that growth in low Earth orbit so that we see this vibrant activity with lots of different launches with lots of different vehicles someday.
I think there was a second question I failed to answer on the sublimator. There is a refill kit, and it's able to refill the tank. Essentially, you carry up some spare water, and there's a connector hose that hooks up to the system, and that should provide all the water we need for the landing. So.
Thank you both. We'll now head back to the room. We have Manuel Masanti over here.
Thank you, Tony. Manuel Masanti, Exploración Espacial. Question for Mark. I understand that Boeing has 2 operative capsules right now, Calypso in orbit and another one preparing for Starliner 1. Do you have the intention of having more of them? Like a third one is being in production, or with 2 is fine for the operational missions? Thank you.
For the flight rate that we have right now, flying once a year, 1 is plenty. But to fly twice a year, which is a request from NASA on our contract, we need 2 capsules, so to turn them every 6 months. So 2 is sufficient for what is in the plan. If, like Ken talked, if there becomes a low Earth orbit market where there's additional international space stations, additional flights, then that would drive additional vehicles.
Thank you. We'll now go to this gentleman up front here.
Yes, hi, Bert Dicht from the National Space Society. I'd like to ask a question to Tori. You mentioned this is your first crewed launch of a spacecraft, and obviously you'll be going through your processes and procedures as you prepare for the next one, but any initial impressions about everything in terms of this flight?
Yes. Well, I'll just say that, we had, as you know, 2 scrubs that preceded this. And they were routine issues that, we'll be able to take corrective actions for and be less exposed to that kind of issue going forward. So it gives us a little bit more focus on launching on time as well as mission success. I was proud of my team that they took no shortcuts. And throughout this process, we kept focused on Suni and Butch because that is a more precious payload than we have ever flown before. So yes, like the Starliner team, like the NASA team, every mission is followed by, a hot wash and lessons learned and improvements going forward.
Thank you, Tori. Next up, we have this lady right here up front.
Gina Sinceri, ABC News. I'm not sure who would know the answer to this. Did Butch and Suni say anything on the ride up to you or any response?
Sorry, who was the question for?
Did Butch and Suni say anything? Is that what your question?
Right. Did you get any feedback from them on the experience going up?
I didn't copy anything on the comm loops. I mean, they were professional test pilots on the way up, looking at the various abort boundaries and looking at the systems. And, you could tell they were excited and ready to go. We heard their remarks before they lifted off. And so, no, I don't think they said much. I can imagine their faces when they got in orbit and, in 0G, and just imagine how excited they were congratulating each other to be in space and after participation in this whole development of Starliner. So.
My guess is they never lost their smile.
Yeah.
They did congratulate Tori for becoming part of the Human Spaceflight Club, which I think we need to cut his tie or something.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Thank you. We'll now go back to the phone. We have David Denault with About Space Today.
Good afternoon. And I guess it's not maybe a coincidence that both the administrator and the associate administrator are sitting next to each other. But gentlemen, each of you had a unique experience. STS-61C and STS-73, long delays. how do you put yourself in like Butch and Suni and all of their delays? What was that like?
Okay, well, first I'll say that the administrator and he actually has the record because he did it first, but they scrubbed 6 times on his launch, and on one of my launches we scrubbed 6 times. So Butch and Suni, they didn't come anywhere close to that, right? They were in quarantine probably longer than I was because of the distance between their scrubs. But what I found with each one of my scrubs was we were a little more relaxed, a little more prepared, and we got a little more rested, and we were really good at strapping in by the time we got a few under our belt. I don't know. What about you, sir?
Same thing. At least the weather was not a concern for the 3 times on Starliner. The weather certainly played a big part with regard to some of our scrubs. So, it gets old hat when you strap in, and it's just another day at the ranch.
Thank you. We can now take one more in the room. We'll go to Will Robinson-Smith right there.
Thank you, Will Robinson-Smith with Spaceflight Now. Appreciate the time and congratulations again. Question for either Ken or Steve. Assuming that everything goes well with the rest of this mission, you get back, you get through the data, and you press on to Starliner 1 next spring, has a decision been made on the seat swap agreement with Roscosmos and their cosmonaut and how that flight situation will work in 2025? Thanks.
Well, on the seat swap agreement, I'll talk about that, and Steve can talk about the other part. Our Russian colleagues want to get more data and see how this mission goes, and then we'll talk with them. They've said previously that they want to see 3 crewed flights before they're ready to do a seat swap. So we need to work through that with them, and Joel might have something to add there. He's been working that when he was the ISS program manager.
Yep, we already have 1 seat on the Dragon mission, but the plan is to get to do the crew swap on both vehicles as quickly as we can. And so, as Ken said, we'll be watching this mission, taking lessons learned, and then as quickly as we can, we're going to be putting that in place.
Yeah, and our goal is to, once we get the flight back, get Butch and Suni back landed safely, evaluate the data, complete the certification that Mark's talked about, and then, we'll get Starliner in the rotation as soon as we can.
Thank you. We have time for one more question here in the room. All right, we'll go to Jeff Faust right there.
Jeff Faust of Space News. Probably for Steve or Mark, just to follow up on an earlier question about video from inside the capsule. How long after Starliner gets to the station will you be able to bring back some of that video? I think there's a lot of interest and maybe even expectation to see what it's like inside Starliner.
I don't know the answer to that.
I'm not sure, Jeff. I know we'll have to downlink the data. It's all recorded on board Starliner, and then I assume we'll get it down within a day or so of docking. But I don't know the details of that, so I apologize.
We'll make sure to get that information for you, Jeff. Thank you all to our panelists, and thank you to all the media. That's all the time we have for today, but we want to thank everyone for taking the time to ask their questions and for our panelists for answering them. Starliner is scheduled to dock to the forward-facing port of the station's Harmony module tomorrow, June 6th at approximately 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time. You can follow along starting at 9:30 a.m. on NASA Plus, the NASA app, and YouTube. And here's a look at the highlights of this historic day. Thank you, and go NASA, go Boeing, and go CFT.
Here are the astronauts, Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Suni Williams, as you can see, suiting up for their mission into the history books.
This is a tradition. The whole idea here is to lose to the chief.
Out of the suit-up room, Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Suni Williams walking to an elevator at the end of the hallway. Our CFT crew taking their first steps outside, now en route to launch pad 41.
Crew transport vehicle is into the pad.
Butch and Suni arriving on level 12.
Last look at planet Earth for a while, saying hi to us. Hi, Suni.
Butch getting in there.
Gotten strapped into their seats here.
Hatch closure complete. Roger.
3, 2, 1, ignition.
liftoff of Starliner and AtlasV, carrying 2 American heroes, drawing a line to the stars for all of us.
Commander Butch, Wilmore, they're calling down to Mission Control here in Houston that the spacecraft has begun rolling into right attitude for its ascent, and Guidance Navigation and Control Officer here in the room seeing good data on that.
Everything continuing to go smoothly now, over 2.5 hours into today's mission of the Starliner flight. Next major milestone that we are looking ahead towards are the far field piloting checkouts that we've been discussing.
And Suni, for that tablet that you have plugged into the charger, we'd like you to unplug it and plug it back in, and tell us if the tablet's telling you it's receiving a charge.
All right, she unplugged it and she's plugged it back in. And we've got the little plug symbol that says it's receiving charge.
All right, good news. We'll watch that one for a little bit, then we'll check back on it.
Outstanding.
And Butch and Suni doing some IT troubleshooting the same way we do on Earth with unplugging it and plugging it back in. But they've confirmed that they've got good charge on the tablet they've got plugged in. Looking forward a little bit, talking about the far field demos that are going to be manually flown by the crew. We've got a handful, some RHC and THC checkout, comm maneuvers coming up, low power mode recovery, and some manual thrust align and tail to sun maneuver back and forth.
Last thing on the timeline, Starliner, we are ready to accept the bold demo, ready for the first block of PAO words, and then the PMCs, we talked about at a handover, those are optional. You guys just let us know if you want them.
All right, Houston, we copy. We've got numbers for the bold. What are you looking for specifically? And yeah, we'll take a PMC. Why not?
All right, Roger. We'll plan on keeping it. And stand by for bold. All right, Butch, we'll take the deorbit TIGs and the landing sites that you see.
Okay, copy. Stand by. All right, Neil, ready to copy?
We're ready.
Okay, orbit 160606 158, 161200, Wilcox ascending left.
Checking. And Sonny, just verifying it was 161158.
Well, we have 161200, pretty close.
All right. Yeah, copy. That's good. Thanks for the test.
Okay, I've got 3 other sites, but is that all you want?
Yeah, just that one for the OCC there.
Okay, sounds good.
And those calls from NASA astronaut Suni Williams to the ground, discussing a variety of coordinates should a landing need to take place. We are not tracking anything like that, but this is all part of that certification process. Here on the ground, our FIDOs, our Flight Dynamic Officer, will take those numbers, ensure that everything is tracking well and properly for the trajectory of Starliner. Everything continuing to go smoothly now, 2 hours and 43 minutes into today's flight.
Starliner Houston, we're going to be go for you to start the far field piloting checkouts now, and we'll pick up the PAO later. We need the lighting for the checkouts.
Okay, we like it.
And the team on the ground verifying lighting conditions look good ahead of those far field piloting checkouts, which will begin here momentarily.
And Houston, we assume you've got Mustang activated.
Yep.
And we are awaiting the beginning of the manual piloting far field demo. This demo ensures that the crew could provide attitude maneuvering and translational control capability manually. While we do not expect this, it is part of the certification process for Starliner. One of the requirements for this checkout is that it occurs in daylight, which the crew currently is in a daylight orbit at the moment. We expect this checkout to take about 2 hours. And there's a variety of different manual piloting techniques that they will utilize as part of that certification. Part of it will also include using a stopwatch to take measure of where Starliner is at and ensure it is tracking as expected. As we await the start of these far-field piloting checkouts, one of the first steps that the crew will do is start up the center line camera. If you've been following along, you may be aware that both NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams are test pilots. So this is a great opportunity for them to utilize those skills as they really put Starliner through its paces as part of these far-field piloting checkouts. Another aspect of these manual piloting checkouts that will take place, you might hear the call of something along the lines of bad SIGI recovery demo. Again, as part of these checkouts, you might hear the call bad SIGI or SIGI in recovery mode. That SIGI is the Space Integrated GPS Inertial Navigation System, essentially the GPS that Starliner utilizes to track its location. So as part of these manual piloting checkouts, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams will put Starliner through its paces to ensure that they could recover should something have gone wrong with that SIGI system. Again, this is all part of the certification process of the Boeing Starliner spacecraft. Other checkouts that they'll do as part of the manual piloting checkouts include pointing the spacecraft tail to sun in an orientation to ensure that Starliner can get power from its solar arrays.
And Starliner Houston, just touching base with you on the far field checkouts. We're making sure that the cameras are set up and we're ready to go.
As you would expect, Houston, the difficulty is getting tied into the Wi-Fi, just like on every other system you've ever tried to tie into. But we have finally got it. So that part is a success. And we're ready to, for 1.2, is moding to sequence 31.
Okay, yeah, and just for my own sake, Wi-Fi to the camera, I'm assuming?
Yeah, it's camera, and also you've got to have the right Wi-Fi so you can zoom via the tablet, all of that.
Yeah, okay, copy that. We'll talk that a little bit later. Yeah, we're ready for 1.2.
And NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore confirming that the camera is set up and in the right configuration ahead of those crew manual piloting checkouts that should be underway here momentarily.
All right, here comes sequence 21, or 31.
Roger.
Commander Butch Wilmore, switching Starliner to flight plan sequence 31. This flight sequence is a contingency coast tail to sun. It's going to be the start of their manual flying parameters, proving their ability to manually pilot the vehicle from a contingency state. A contingency maneuver, contingency plan is if the vehicle is in an off-nominal state. For example, after an emergency or during a time where they need to identify a problem on the vehicle, they'd go to that sequence, and the crew's going to work their way flying from that sequence to a handful of other attitudes and positions per the flight test specifications.
All right, Houston, ready for pulse hold?
Ready.
And Commander Butch Wilmore does now have control of the spacecraft and is conducting those manual piloting checkouts.
The first maneuver that Butch Wilmore will be making is flying nose to Earth to get a good communication with the satellites should they be moving from an out of nominal orientation to one that they can use to help diagnose the problem with the ground.
And if you are just joining us today, we are continuing to provide live coverage following the liftoff of NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams from Florida at 9:52 a.m. Central Time this morning. At this time, the crew, namely the commander, Butch Wilmore, has command of this spacecraft as he works through far-field piloting checkouts. These checkouts are in anticipation of Starliner certification, and he is working to point the spacecraft nadir and select the aft antenna, essentially just pointing the spacecraft in the proper configuration so that they would have the best possible communications if required for manual piloting. Again, this is not something that we expect. However, it is part of the certification process as Starliner is a fully autonomous vehicle.
The Starliner saw the RHC caution go into and out of alarm. Look, transient looks like you're still flying. No action, obviously. Just continue to fly. We're taking a look at it.
Okay, yeah, we're in our first attitude now.
Roger.
All right, we're going manual antennas.
Roger.
Butch Wilmore is switching Starliner's antenna selection, which is normally done automatically based off the scheduled use of, or schedule for the teeter satellites that Starliner and ISS share. But since they are making a off-plan maneuver as part of this flight test objective, they're going to manually select which antenna they're using to get communication with mission control.
All right, Houston, we are in the attitude. It looks like we want to hold for 15 minutes. You concur?
Yeah, concur.
All right, we started time.
Starliner, just be advised, we're right on the edge of the bore site of that antenna, and so we'll just expect Tom to get a little ratty.
Appreciate the heads up.
As part of this flight test objective, with an off-nominal pointing of Starliner and trying to get communication with the teeter satellites, Capcom calling up to Butch, letting him know that the direction the antenna is pointed is high bore site, which means the satellite it is pointing at is just at the edge of the cone that the antenna uses to connect to the satellite. During this about 15-minute section of the manual piloting demo, Butch and Suni will be maneuvering Starliner to point it incrementally in different directions to help improve power generation, which means the crew is going to be trying to tilt the solar array as close to the sun as it can get while still maintaining connection with that antenna to the satellite. This will help charge the batteries while they're in this off-nominal orientation. One of the main reasons that the crew is holding this attitude for about 15 minutes is that it mimics what the crew would need to do in this situation to help point Starliner's solar rays at the sun for about 15 minutes, which equals the amount of time that they will be within a nominal solar day, which is when the sun is visible to the crew from when they started the maneuver.
And the crew is in a day pass at this time as they perform that hold for 15 minutes. This is just to have the ideal configuration to assess that power generation in this process.
Houston, we're back with you. We switched over to lower left antenna.
Roger.
Hey, did you hear my other question? Do we really need to keep the centerline camera powered up? We might want to save the battery, we're thinking. Your thoughts?
Yes, semi. Hey, Butch. Yeah, we talked about it a little bit down here. We're going to want the data from the manual Earth pointing demo.
Okay. All right, well, remind me to, I don't think it's got a chip in it for recording.
Okay, yeah, copy that, and just be advised, that's going to be step 2 when you're doing the attitude recovery demo.
Okay.
And big picture here, Butch, we don't need the video recorded, but we think that y'all are going to want it for the centerline camera view of that activity.
Yeah, I got you, thanks.
And hey, be advised, we deactivated the LWIRs here from the ground as a conservative step to make sure that we don't get any stray light into those sensors.
Copy, thank you.
And as part of the far-field piloting checkouts, the crew continues to hold their attitude as part of that 15-minute timer. This is taking place during a day pass to assess power generation for Starliner. As the Starliner crew continues that 15-minute hold, the crew aboard the International Space Station, that crew of 7 is beginning to wrap up their workday here shortly and looking forward to Butch and Suni's arrival tomorrow. We are targeting docking of Starliner to the forward port of Harmony at 11:15 a.m. Central Time tomorrow morning, with a hatch opening to follow around 1 p.m. On board the International Space Station, again, there are currently 7 astronauts and cosmonauts living aboard. Those include Oleg Kononenko.
Houston, back with you on the aft antenna. We show about 1 more minute.
Roger. And concur.
Again, the crew on board Space Station includes Oleg Kononenko, who is the current Space Station commander, who just yesterday surpassed 1,000 days of cumulative time in space. Nikolai Chub from Roscosmos, Tracy Dyson of NASA, Mike Barrett of NASA, Matt Dominic of NASA, Jeanette Epps of NASA, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gurbankin. Again, we are targeting that docking tomorrow morning at 11:15 a.m. Central Time.
All right, Houston, we are ready for point mode auto on the antenna.
We'll take it.
Okay, and we're ready for step 2 if you are.
And we're ready too, Butch. And then also for the centerline camera correction, it was step 3 where that would really come in handy.
Yeah, we figured that out. No problem. Okay, inhibiting SIGI 1.
Roger.
All right, we got no white dot on SIGI 1, and over to you, Houston. Stand by.
All right, stand by. Okay, Butch, we've got the attitude bias in on SIGI 1, so we're ready for you to check on step 2.2.2.
2.2.2, here we go. Okay, we're up to 2.3.
Roger.
During this phase of the manual flight test demonstration, Mission Control uploaded a update to the internal estimate on one of the SIGIs, specifically the.
All right, here we go. Inhibiting SIGI 2 and SIGI 3.
We're ready.
The inertial navigation system. The Mission Control sent an update to the inertial navigation system 1 on SIGI 1 to change its estimate to be something worse than normal. What Butch is going to do is only use that single SIGI.
And it's expected.
Affirmative. Okay, we got 2 up.
Roger.
So, Butch Wilmore's flying Starliner, they purposely gave the inertial navigation system of Starliner.
See the same, and we'll just expect Radicom while you're maneuvering.
Sounds good.
With Mission Control sending a bad estimate of Starliner's attitude on purpose to the inertial navigation system, Butch is going to take over manual control and orient Starliner to point at the stars to then update that value to go back into normal range.
And on this graphic on your screen, you can see the Starliner spacecraft as it continues to make its way towards the International Space Station and play a little bit of catch-up here. Again, we are targeting that docking at 11:15 a.m. Central Time tomorrow morning. The crew is continuing a series of far-field piloting checkouts to certify Starliner. And this view from inside the white flight control room, which is the Starliner flight control room of the flight director on console during this Orbit 3 shift, Ed Van Cise, as well as the Capcom or capsule communicator, which is the voice you hear communicating to NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams. That is Neil Nagata.
All right, Houston, we think we got a pretty decent attitude away from the sun, away from the Earth.
Roger.
Here comes tab 23, line course line.
Roger.
Okay, here comes tab 24.
Ready.
And to just break down a little bit more of what is taking place at this time, Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams are completing those far-field piloting checkouts, particularly when it comes to the bad SIGI recovery mode. The SIGI is the Space Integrated GPS Inertial Navigation System, essentially the GPS system on Starliner. So Mission Control Houston did intentionally send a bad command or bad GPS signal to the Starliner spacecraft, and now the crew in that manual piloting mode is working to utilize...
Looks like everything's confirmed up to 2.4.5, and we're going 0.3.
We concur.
They'll utilize the stars around them in order to maintain that proper navigation.
All right, forcing the attitude update in the SIGI 1.
Roger. And that looked good.
We agree, going to point hold.
Roger.
And we'll go tab 23 back to final line.
Roger.
And if you're ready, we'll do the load cal from SMC 2.4.7.
We're ready.
So far during this part of the flight demonstration, Butch Wilmore has reoriented Starliner to point at the stars, and this was after MCC sent a purposefully...
All right, we think we like what we see. If you do, we'll do the tab 26 and force SIGI 1 attitude update.
Looks great down here. We're ready.
Butch Wilmore following up after MCC sent a purposefully bad attitude estimation update to the inertial navigation system, pointing at the stars to get a new estimate, clearing the previous estimate, and now they're having Starliner calculate its new estimated attitude.
All right, we like what we see. We'll go tab 4 and 5 and bring back SIGI 2 and SIGI 3 into enable to your curve.
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay, Houston. Looks like we're up to step 3, and you've got some steps.
All right, Moose, putting those in work now. I'll let you know when she's done.
Outstanding.
And we're still working on the 3.1 steps, but just be advised, sunset's going to be in about 3 minutes.
Copy.
And Starliner, we're going to go ahead and wait for sunset down here, and then once we're there, we're going to fire up the IRs so you can use them for the plus X align maneuver.
Okay, standing by.
Starliner ready for you to pick up in step 3.2.
Okay, 3.2, here we go.
And NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams continuing to step through procedures as part of those far-field piloting checkouts. At this time, the commander, Butch Wilmore, is working to fly the Starliner spacecraft to the proper attitude. He's utilizing out-of-the-window cues to fly Starliner, given the prior checkouts that took place with the SIGI system. And you do see this graphic on your screen there of some of those simulated thruster firings. We do not have video of the Starliner spacecraft live right now, but this is a pretty good simulation that shows you what is happening with the spacecraft. Those are the RCS thrusters, or the reaction and control thrusters. There are 28 of those on Starliner in all. Each creates about 100 pounds of thrust and really do fine adjustments of the spacecraft as part of this manual far-field piloting checkout. There are also OMAC, or Orbital Maneuvering and Control engines on Starliner. There's 20 of those in all, and each of those produces about 1,500 pounds of thrust and are used for those bigger burns when more large adjustments are needed in the trajectory.
Looks like timing, Houston, has got us over the ocean and just some lightning to check with, and it's really difficult to show my attitude or determine my attitude from that.
Yeah, I was just looking at that on the world map. Got almost the whole of Indian Ocean to get to. Looks like we'll get you Tasmania and New Zealand here in about, I don't know, what is that, about 15 minutes? And just to reiterate that, it's okay. We can take our time with this one until you get some good visuals.
Yeah, we got you. I think I'm close, but like I said, the wide field cameras, Vestas are not really helping us out much.
Yeah, copy. Hey, Butch, have you tried the IRs? And Butch, sorry about that. If you got some of that, walked right into a little handover there. Have you used the IRs?
Stand by. Yeah, it looks like IR1's not helping us either.
Okay. Ray also mentioned that maybe you can adjust the settings on the centerline camera for gain or exposure and gain on the centerline camera. I mean, we get it. There's not a lot of features over there in the ocean.
Yeah, we. Okay, we're giving it a shot.
Roger.
And so you did hear those words from the Capcom or capsule communicator Neil Nagata up to the commander Butch Wilmore as he utilizes manual flying as part of this checkout. They are flying by looking out the window of the Starliner spacecraft, and you heard them talk about the fact that they're flying over the ocean at the moment, as you can see, so it can be a bit challenging given that there's no major distinguishing landmarks or features, and it is nighttime too, but it's important to do these checkouts.
Right now, I can barely make out the horizon. On the only one I can see really is wide field 2, and we're over black over the Earth, so I see nothing on the out the window either.
Okay. Yeah, copy. That's sort of what we're expecting, but we've also got the gain control on the wide field 2 camera. Did you try that?
Yeah, we'll try it again.
And understanding there's no features to track, we'll just sit tight until you get some features to get a fine correction on the attitude, and you can call it good. Just for your situational awareness, I'm showing you guys almost directly due south from the tip of India. So we'll get Tasmania and New Zealand, and the sun will be coming up just after you pass over Tasmania.
Okay, now we've got a little bit of light coming in on Whitefield 2, and it actually looks pretty decent as far as our attitude goes.
Okay. And Butch, for this test and this data gathering, we're just looking for your assessment as to whether or not you think it's good enough. So if you're comfortable with it there, we can take that and make our comparisons with the truth.
Yeah, right now, based on what I can see on the Whitefield 2, it looks pretty decent. I'd probably go with that.
Okay, stand by handing over. All right, but yeah, with that call, we're done with step 3. Machines here on the ground right now are telling me your LVLH pitch yaw roll is 358-180, and you were you were pretty solid there when you started calling down about the lack of features. I had 355-180 before we started adjusting the camera settings. So stand by. We need to talk about step 4 here on the ground, and I'll get right back with you.
Okay, yeah, we'll take that. We're standing by.
Butch, Wilmore, and Mission Control have been working their way through the end of section 3. At the end of that part of the flight test objective, they were looking for Butch Wilmore to point Starliner at the horizon and determine if he could make out the horizon feature to help use it for navigation for a backup maneuver. It did take a little bit longer than they'd like, but that is because they're currently over about the middle of a darkness period as they're transiting through the southern hemisphere, just a little north of Antarctica, directly south of India. So as they're coming and getting a little bit of light over the horizon, Butch was able to make out the features, and they're going to move on to the next set of test objectives.
Okay, Butch and Suni, we talked about it here on the ground. We're ready to get into step 4, demo for OCC 4.3. The thing is here, we're going to need some good comm throughout the demo. So before anytime you do a burn, make sure that you either got the comm space to ground display or you're looking at the AOS LOS indication on the waistband, and that'll tell us if we have good comm. Second thing is to remind you here that the timing's really sensitive, so we'll take full-length Tennessee's or Massachusetts as required.
That sounds good. And are you ready for 211 and then override on the guidance ID?
Yeah, we're ready for that. We see 4.2 complete. We're ready for 4.3.
Copy, here we go.
And Starliner, just be advised, we are overriding the IR shutters to close.
We copy. Houston, we're ready for sequence 34.
We'll take it.
And the next portion of the manual piloting far field demo includes a attitude maneuvering, a manual translational control capability in particular to ensure that the crew could take control of the spacecraft and perform that maneuver if required.
8 seconds, Houston.
Roger.
All right, Houston, we're in transpulse point 1 and pulse.
Looks good.
And if you are just joining us, those far-field piloting checkouts continue as NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams check through a series of milestones. They launched earlier this morning at 9:52 a.m. Central Time from Florida and are looking towards a docking tomorrow morning at 11:15 a.m. Central Time. The team here in Mission Control in the White Flight Control Room is currently being led by the Orbit 3 Flight Director, Ed Van Cise.
All right, crew, we can just pause right here for a little bit. We're going to take a look at the data. And while you're paused, humidity is getting a little low. I'd like you to go ahead and on the cabin temp dial, just go a little bit cooler, see if we can get the humidity back up or stabilized.
Okay, a little lower. We're at, I guess you can see it. We're right at minus 0.05 in X and 1 in Y and Z.
Yeah, concur.
And as we have discussed previously, because this is the first crewed flight test of the Boeing Starliner spacecraft, there's a series of checkouts of the spacecraft that need to take place before the vehicle is certified for rotational missions to the International Space Station. So these far-field piloting checkouts are a part of that.
Okay, we're ready for you to pick up in the part of the procedure which has you take man trans pulse size to 0.01 and do that step. But when you get to the next part where it says wait 30 seconds, we're just going to take another pause to look at the data, and we'll call you when we're ready to pick back up.
Okay, transpulse size is 0.01.
We see it.
And you are hearing the voice of the Capcom or capsule communicator, Neil Nagata, up to the crew talking about those pulses. Those are just small burns using the reaction control system thrusters. There are 28 RCS thrusters in all. Each can produce about 100 pounds of thrust. They really do some of those fine adjustments of Starliner.
All right, Houston, we're standing by for trans auto on your call.
And we're checking. And be advised, we're suppressing a CM manifold 2 low pressure caution. Might pop up here depending on the thermal trends. There's no leak or anything. We're just going to suppress that caution to keep it, to lower the nuisance from it. We may have to do some cleanup if it rings, though.
We appreciate that heads up. Thanks.
And that suppressed caution that just hit the board is the one we were expecting.
Copy.
And on this graphic here on your screen, you are seeing the Starliner spacecraft. Again, we do not have live views of the spacecraft at this time, but we will hopefully get some great views tomorrow ahead of docking. Again, that docking at 11:15 a.m. Central Time. You can see that Starliner's nose cone is open. It will remain open all the way through the docking portion, as there is some important navigation and guidance equipment underneath of that nose cone. NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams continue to perform the manual targeted translation burn maneuvers, and next up they'll work to evaluate charging the batteries of the Starliner spacecraft by flying in a tail-to-sun attitude. Again, these are all just a part of the checkouts ahead of certification. If needed for any reason, while the spacecraft is a mainly autonomous vehicle, it's important to have the certification of these capabilities if required. Meanwhile, on the International Space Station, there are 7 human beings living and working aboard. That includes a series of astronauts as well as Roscosmos cosmonauts. Oleg Kononenko, who is the commander of the International Space Station, who just yesterday surpassed his 1,000th day in space. There's also Nikolai Chub and Alexander Grabenkin of Roscosmos, as well as NASA astronauts Tracy Dyson, Mike Barrett, Matt Dominic, and Jeanette Epps. When Butch and Suni arrive to the International Space Station, the number of crew aboard will go up to 9 for about a week or so while they complete their flight aboard the space station. Now, once these far-field piloting checkouts do wrap up, we will look ahead towards some words from the crew utilizing the Mustang system. We were targeting a similar event from the crew earlier today. However, that did not take place due to some of these far-field piloting checkouts occurring. But we will look towards hearing from them here in a little while once they do wrap up all of these checkouts.
We're still looking at the data here on the ground. Curious, though, about the tablet that you plugged in, what its charge is, and if you can take a quick peek at the centerline camera, see what we got to work with.
Stand by. The one that we just put on the charger, Suni was using one, so we took mine and put it on the charger. It was at 46, and now it's 52, and we surmise it's been probably half an hour.
And Butch, was that the number 12 tablet? And we're assuming that you have a tablet connected to the centerline camera.
That's firm. That's number 12. Yeah, the centerline camera, we couldn't see anything, so we powered it down for now.
Okay, copy that.
That was when we were on the dark side.
Yeah, roger that. So we've got 52% charging on number 12.
Affirmative. And we're standing by.
And how's the other tablet doing?
currently at 69. It's running bold.
Okay, copy that. That's SN9, right?
Affirmative.
Great. Thanks, Butch. And yeah, we're still looking at the data from the demo.
Okay.
Teams here on the ground continuing to monitor the data that came down from the far field piloting and operation capability checkouts that have been ongoing for some time now. You did hear the voice of the Capcom or Calypso communicator, Neil Nagata, as he talked to the crew a little bit about some charge levels on the tablets on board Starliner.
And Starliner just status. Still crunching numbers down here. Gonna be just a few more minutes, maybe 5 minutes tops, then I'll get back to you.
Copy. Standing by.
And before I take two down here on the ground during the Vesta data collection, we're going to need to have one of y'all peel off, and we're going to do a sublimator refill. I just wanted to give you that as a big picture call. We've got that on the plan down here. You guys don't have it, but we'll be ready to talk you through that when we get there.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And you did hear a little bit of forward plan from the Capcom Neil Nagata to the crew on board Starliner, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams, in regards to the sublimator and the radiator. They are going to plan to provide a fill of that. The sublimator is installed on the lower dome section of the cabin and consists of a heat exchanger and a water tank. So again, they are going to work to refill that a little bit later today.
And Starliner, in other news, we are about to enunciate the low humidity caution. When that message comes into alarm, just for data, we'd like to know where the cabin temp dial is, and then if you're comfortable, adjust it down further. Now, if you get outside of that, the tape range, it's going to require very small steps.
Right now, I'm about halfway between the red, it looks like red tape, and the white tape. So it's about, 10:30.
Okay, copy that. And if you take it down to the white tape, if you guys are comfortable, that might help us stay away from this low humidity mess.
All right, I'm as low as that little marker shows. That's the red tape side, so I'm on the red tape. Can you remind us, Houston, the location of the sublimator refill kit? We'll start digging it out.
All right, yeah, we'll take a look at that. There's the caution. So Katie is advising around 10 o'clock, and that should be in a white tape area.
Yeah, the white tape looks like it's at 11 o'clock, and the red tape looks like it's maybe 9:30. When we started out, it was on the white tape, and I went, when you told me to cool it down a little bit, I went below it.
Okay, yeah, copy that. Thanks for that description. We'll take it to about 9:30 or 10 o'clock and see how it does.
Okay, great, that's where it's at.
Starliner, ready for you to pick up in the Farfield piloting checkouts where it says clean up remaining Delta V trans auto.
Okay, here comes trans auto.
Roger.
And Houston T-Guide trans, there it goes, it just go out, 3402. All right, going back to transpose.
All right, yeah, we're ready for that, and we're ready for you to do step 4.4.
And on your screen, you're continuing to see this animation of the Starliner spacecraft as those far-field piloting checkouts continue. NASA astronaut and commander of Starliner, Butch Wilmore, is manually flying Starliner right now using the RCS, or Reaction Control System thrusters, in order to have short bursts of firings as part of that targeted translation burn checkout. In all, there are 28 RCS thrusters, each with about 100 pounds of thrust, and these...
marker pin is location is delaying us. Might you have a quick call for where it would be?
Stand by. We'll get it.
And the next checkout that we'll look ahead towards is the evaluation of charging the batteries by flying tail to sun. This ensures that Starliner can have its batteries charged with the solar arrays.
Two options for you, toolkit or contingency bag. Both of them have the marker.
Yeah, we found markers that got Sharpies. I don't think we want that one. And then we got a grease pencil. Is that it?
Yeah, grease pencil.
All right, Houston, we're ready for the last half of 4.5 and pitch down to 20 and mark again.
Ready.
All right, Houston, we're ready to go to 213. Tab 2.
Ready.
And the crew is continuing to work through those far-field piloting checkouts. The last checkout that they will do in this area is to evaluate how the batteries charge by flying tail to sun and utilizing Starliner solar arrays.
Starliner, be advised, timeline-wise, since we have to start the vested data collect on time, we're looking at moving the PAO event for Mustang and the flight test feedback blocks into your pre-sleep block.
Okay, that's fine with us.
And those words from the Capcom Anil Nagata up to the crew, just letting them know that there's going to be a slight adjustment in their timeline and schedule due to some of the upcoming VESTA checkouts, or the vision-based navigation system. So it looks like the PAO Mustang event as well as their daily planning conference will move into their pre-sleep period, but they do have some wiggle room when it comes to that sleep period, so should be no issue to accomplish both of those tasks in that time frame.
Starliner, you're going to pick up in step 5 in far-field piloting. And related to that, for the Nordo plan, we've got confirmation of successful far-field manual piloting demos. And that'll be the recommendation to the IMMP tonight, or the MMP tonight.
Awesome. Great news. We're ready to pick up in step 5, and just FYI, I am in the left seat.
Yeah, roger that. Have fun.
And you did hear that call up to the crew just now, letting them know that the manual piloting demo that they have been working on for quite some time was successful overall. Again, this is all part of that certification process of Starliner ahead of regular rotational missions to the International Space Station. So far this afternoon, the crew has completed a variety of tests and checkouts of the Starliner spacecraft system, including manual piloting utilizing the star tracker data as we discussed earlier, as well as performing manual maneuvers and did a targeted translation burn. Next up, they'll work to evaluate how the batteries charge by flying in a tail-to-sun attitude. This will make sure that those solar arrays on Starliner are able to receive power from the sun. And at this time, Starliner is now in that tail-to-sun orientation.
All right, Houston, we had the sun in the overhead window. Now we're pitching 160 degrees, putting on our tail.
Roger.
And continuing to step through those far-field piloting checkouts, the crew is in the very last one for now. The vehicle, the spacecraft, is in tail-to-sun mode, and they are going to be evaluating how well the solar rays are able to gather power from the sun. And these checkouts are running a little bit long. The crew did hear that the targeted PAO Mustang event, as well as one of their flight test evaluation feedback meetings, were going to move into their pre-sleep period. But again, there is some wiggle room in the schedule, so should be able to knock both of those out before the crew does get some rest.
All right, Houston, we've got some good watts. Looks like we're getting a good charge going here.
Yeah, we concur.
Hey, just a couple degrees off. Outstanding. I tell you that wattage, watching the watts, when it started, it actually went peaked and it started going the other way, and I told her to stop, and obviously we went past it. So that's actually a really good marker.
Yeah, I think it looks great down here too.
Okay, we're ready for step 6 when y'all are.
Okay, stand by. Yeah, it's taking me a little longer to get back to you there. We're talking about removing the inhibits on the IR shutters to get some more stand by. And no action cabin humidity. We're just sitting right there at the caution limit. Going back to what I was saying.
Okay, we've got your noise.
We're going to remove the inhibits from the IRs to get some more imagery data, but just putting that plan together now. Give me a couple more minutes.
Okay, we're standing by on 6.1.
And we did hear communications up to the crew regarding the solar array performance. Looks like that went smoothly. Good news there. Next up, the crew is going to work to get the vehicle configured for the Vesta checkouts and data collection activity. The Vesta is the vision-based electro-optical sensor tracking assembly, and it's really a vision-based system used for tracking that helps with the docking and tracking of Starliner in its free flight and undocking portions. The crew is going to work to collect data on this system and provide that to the ground for analysis as part of the checkouts of this test flight. Early in the mission, Vesta is a long-range tracking mode due to its far distance away from the International Space Station, and it monitors the space station from afar. But as Starliner does get closer to space station, it becomes more visible to the system, and then it is able to track based.
No action again, humidity low. We're talking about options to manage that humidity so we get off the caution limit.
Again, it will utilize the space station features, including handrails or stickers, to ensure that it is in the docking access and has that proper alignment of the spacecraft before it docks to the Harmony module of the International Space Station. We are targeting that docking tomorrow morning at 11:15 a.m. Central Time.
Brendan Burrows reporting in as the Boeing commentator at this point. Just like what was mentioned, we are moving into a different section of the flight test objectives right now, where we'll be doing some Vesta data collection. We just completed a lot of our steps needed to do some of the manual controls that were allowed, the astronauts were able to do with the spacecraft at this point. And some people may have a question of, we hear you guys talk about a manual mode, and also hear you guys sometimes bring up the backup mode, and that's a really good question. So what I want to do is clarify kind of some of the differences there. Manual mode is basically...
All right, for the humidity story, what we're going to do is close the HCS valve, see how that helps us manage the humidity. What I'm going to need from you is your assessment of if the noise of the valve actuating is going to disturb your sleep. And then for the far field demo, we're ready for you to pick up in step 6.
Okay, we copy that. We'll give you an assessment of how the valve sounds, and we are ready to pick up in step 6.
Yeah, we're with you in step 6.
So in a nominal situations, basically what you're expecting for the crew capsule, what it does is it docks with the International Space Station in an autonomous fashion, where there is no crew needed to dock. So that's what we expect to do, and that's actually what we've done in the past. That's what we did during OFT2, where there was no crew. We docked with the International Space Station autonomously. Now in manual mode, the difference is the crew will use the hand controller to directly provide inputs into the flight computer, whereas before it was autonomous by way of your computer system. So instead of it being your computer giving you inputs into your flight computers, it would be the hand controller of your crew providing that in manual mode. Now, the difference in backup mode is basically the situation will be you have no flight computers at all, or for whatever reason they're all turned off at the same time, and you're able to use the hand controller to provide direct inputs into the propulsion controllers and control your thrusters that way. So it bypasses the flight computer all the way, and you're able to provide direct input directly into your prop controllers. So that's the difference between manual and backup mode.
And we're fitting to close the HCS1 ISO valve. That'll be coming close in the next few seconds.
Roger.
And HS ISO valve 1 is now closed, and same with the humidity message. Now that the valve's closed, we're hoping the humidity will pick back up and get us off that caution rail.
Okay, neither one of us reported hearing anything associated with that valve.
Okay, great. We're going to probably reopen it here when the humidity comes back up and see if that's the way to manage it. So we should do that before you go to bed, and I'll see if the opening makes noises too.
Okay, sounds good. And we are ready for a tap stop 45, CMIPC 3 on.
Yeah, we're ready for that.
And you did hear those words up to the crew from the Capcom, Neil Nagata, letting them know about the humidity valve and just ensuring that that stays within limits by managing the valve there. So looking like that.
3 is on, ready for you guys to pick up at 6.2.
Okay, we see it on. We're doing steps 6 decimal T. Stand by.
Also, in regards to some of the discussion about the humidity, the system was actually created for 4 people, meant to be for 4 people. So the humidity system is actually overachieving with just 2. So just want to provide some clarification there.
IPC 3 looks great to us. We're ready for you to take your steps in 6 decimal 3.
It works.
Houston, are you ready for sequence 31?
Yeah, we're ready. And same thing with the cabin humidity caution. I'm expecting it to cycle a little bit more.
Copy. Here we go. Sequence 31. Houston, we're ready for point, then trans auto, if you're ready.
Yeah, we're ready for that too.
And the crew now working just to wrap up all those far field piloting checkouts after completing them. They're going to get the spacecraft into the proper configuration ahead of those VESTA checks.
All right, Houston, are you ready for 10.807?
Not quite. I'm fitting to give you the fill-ins at the top, and then there'll be a small break. Let me get those numbers from Moose. And when you guys are ready for the fill-ins in step 1.1, let me know.
Why don't you give them to me? I'll tell you when we're ready for the next. Ready for the first one.
Okay, why don't I just give you the first three there. It's going to be hours, minutes, seconds, 20, 20, correction, 20:3241, 20:4041, LVLH.
Stand by. Stand by.
Roger.
Okay, we got 203241 and 204041. And the next one, LVLH.
Yeah, LVLH. Good readback. Are you ready for the next four?
Just give us the first one.
Okay, yeah, copy. It's going to be 20:58:41.
20:58:41.
Good readback. Next one's 21:06:41.
21:06:41.
Good readback. The next one's 21:34:00.
21:34:00.
All right, and LVLH.
LVLH.
Okay, so you can tell that we've got about, 25 minutes or so before we need to get into this. We'll take the PAO Mustang events, and then I'll get you prepped for the sublimator refill if we've got time between then and now.
Okay, so for the Mustang event, it's already rolling. All we got to do is just kind of get in front of one of the cameras and start chatting, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And for the comm, we use the handset, is that right? Or the hand right here, the handheld mic?
Yeah, that's right. Handheld mic.
At this time, the crew is going to get set up and ready for a PAO Mustang event, essentially providing remarks on camera for a deferred downlink. We won't see them on camera in real time, however, we will see that after the fact, but we will be able to hear them as they provide remarks about the flight thus far. And again, if you are just joining us, we are now over 5 hours into the crewed flight test of the Boeing Starliner spacecraft, which launched NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams from Florida earlier this morning at 9:52 a.m. Central Time. So far, the crew has completed a series of far-field and manual piloting checkouts in anticipation of Starliner certification for rotational missions to the International Space Station. At this time, we are standing by ahead of a Public Affairs Office Mustang event where the crew will provide their thoughts and remarks on their space flight thus far and the checkouts that just occurred. The crew is just working to get everything set up ahead of that event.
Houston, we are ready for the Mustang. How about y'all?
Yeah, we'll take your audio.
Okay, well, we're going to start here in just a second, and you'll just get to hear us chit-chat for a little bit.
Sounds great to me.
All right, Mustang world. At least is the camera we're looking at. So where are we? Suni's going to show you that we are currently passing somewhere, based on our bowl, somewhere south, close to the southern tip of Africa. And we are post-ascent, post-orbit insertion burn, which gets us to a safe orbit, post-NC burn, which gets us on track towards the International Space Station. And then we're on our way, and we have completed the majority of our operational crew capabilities checkouts, so OCCs. And so we have donned our pretty sweaters, and we are off and running on the mission. And I can tell you, I wish we could have taken you all on that ascent. It was pretty thrilling. I was looking out the overhead window, just took a glance as the lightning little wire goes by, and because the only thing really, other than we just saw blue sky, the only thing kind of give us that we could see that we were moving, we could certainly feel it, and then off we went. So, Suni, over to you.
It was really amazing, a little bit shocking actually that we actually left. It was pretty cool to actually jump off the planet and then feel the AtlasV do its thing, a little bumps here and there, a couple G's that we were both experienced, push back in our seat, and then, when things stopped, we could push forward in our seat. And, we were pretty excited, a little hooting and hollering as we were going through the asset profile, which we practiced so much in the sim, but this time we actually felt it all as well as heard it all as experienced it. So that was pretty awesome. And, of course, when we got to orbit, it's really nice to see things start to float, like our little gravity indicator over here at Calypso. And it was just fun to be in space again. I got to unstrap first because I'm on the right seat, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm floating. That's pretty awesome. A little weird. But now, like both of us have been into it now an hour, both got out of our seat, and it's like old home week. We've done it before, and it's, like Butch said, it's really nice being able to operate in any direction. His head was down, my head was up, and we were just talking like it was a normal day, and that's what life is like up here in space. So it's pretty cool. I think we're both like looking at because the camera's, upside right, I suppose, but it doesn't really matter. And you'll see it when we get to the space station when we have a lot more room to fly around it. But it doesn't matter if we're on the ceiling sleeping or if we're on the floor sleeping. So any orientation, it's great to be here.
So another comment from the ascent. So the engines actually throttle back as you're going through the region of maximum aerodynamic pressure, max Q. And I can tell you, the spacecraft, if I had my eyes shut, I could have told you we were there. Because the dynamics were noticeable. I mean, we were getting probably plus or minus a degree in rates as we were coming through that area, and it was pretty dang neat. We made a couple of comments on it, and initially it was really smooth, clearing through that wire I just mentioned, and then going through maximum aerodynamic pressure. Like I said, it was definitely working its way through there, and then past that, it smoothed it out pretty much so again, and then we were off and running. As we were continuing in ascent, we did our roll, and eventually the nose came down, and what we actually do is we climb relative to my body. We climb, we go tangential to the Earth. We actually descend. There's a period where we actually come down and gain a little bit of speed to get the speed that we need to finally maintain orbit, or actually at least stay in orbit for a period. We're not always in a good orbit at that point. But anyway, as we were doing that and we were getting kind of tangential to the Earth, I noticed out the side window, pointed to Suni, that you could actually see the ground for the first time. And so we're looking down at the clouds. It's been a long time since Suni and I looked down at the clouds, and that was pretty fascinating as well. Let's see here. Going through our procedures in the spacecraft. Let's see here. Let's talk about the spacecraft. First, let's talk about the Atlas. Wow, we love the Atlas. Then let's talk about the Centaur. Wow, we love the Centaur. Fantastic. We got up to 3.5 G limiting, and I actually feel it like my Adam's apple, because the push was pretty cool. And then the Centaur lit off, and then we were off and running with that, just kind of like the Sim, but it's much better to have the sounds and also the G forces associated with the launch. So it's pretty stinking fascinating. So kudos to ULA. And then we came up on LV-SEP. We separated from the launch vehicle, the rocket, and then we were in orbit, and of course the reaction control system jets start firing, and then it's just Starliner. And I can tell you what, kudos to Starliner. All the folks that have been working just for, let's put it like this, put all their passion and their efforts into this. We know that some businesses, some people have jobs, but it's more of a lifestyle in some occupations, and this is one of them. This is a lifestyle. And you've got to be passionate about what you do, and I know all you folks have been, and thus far it has been fabulous. This spacecraft, I mean, you can hear the sound of the RCS jet. Obviously, it's not traveling in air because it's a vacuum outside, but the sound is traveling through the structure, and it gives us a very, very unique sound, like a sound I've never really noticed before. And so that's pretty neat every time we fired it. So we went to from one mode where our guided sub mode had us in a really large deadband where you have a lot of room that you can maneuver to maintain your attitude. And then we went to a smaller deadband where it's really tight. And as it transitioned, it was like, it was constant firing of jets for like 10 seconds. And I'm like, uh-oh, is this right? Is this wrong? And then, of course, it settled out and it maintained right in that really small center position in that tighter deadband, and it stayed right in there. I can tell you also, we've already, Suni and I both have done some manual maneuvering, and it is precise. Much more so even than the simulator. I mean, stopping exactly on a number you want to stop on, it is just, the precision is pretty amazing. So again, this spacecraft, we've talked about it before, and now we are experiencing it firsthand, and it is just an amazing spacecraft put together. Boeing's done a magnificent job, and thus far, like I said, things have just gone, I don't know, swimmingly. It's gone fabulously, put it like that. And so kudos to everybody. ULA, love you. Boeing, love you. NASA, everybody's involvement, it's been wonderful. And that's enough of my thoughts. So now I'll give it back to you.
Just add one or two things, like our spacesuits are sitting right behind us, as a matter of fact. They were super comfortable. They're really great suits, easy to operate in, easy to move around in, easy to see all the displays. David Clark, thank you very much for giving us a great spacesuit. We'll take care of them, we promise. So they're just, like I said, they're like our two other crew members here hanging out with us right behind us. One other thing I just want to talk about the spacecraft. It is stowed with a bunch of stuff. Thank you to Dee and Min and all that team who got this spacecraft all packed up. We've been finding stuff, of course, a little disoriented when things are on 1G and then in space. So we had a couple questions about where a couple things are, but we know our team has all the answers down there. So we thank Crew Systems and everybody who's helping us out when we have a question here or there. But I think for the most part, we got everything done. And, at night, right before we go to bed, we'll clean up just like as usual, which is very neat. And I'm trying to follow in his footsteps, keep our spacecraft nice and clean and neat, and we'll put everything away and make sure that we get a good night's sleep. So we're well on our way with our operational crew capabilities that we both got to fly, and stowage here, moving things around and finding all our stuff. It's another great day in space.
This is usually where we see if there are any questions. So, but I guess that's kind of hard here. There'll be more to come. More as we trek through the next days, next week. Again, it's been the first 6 hours have been absolutely fascinating, and well beyond our expectations. I tell you what. So again, kudos to ULA and to Boeing and to David Clark for the suits, and also the NASA team and all the folks down at MO. All you guys sitting on console, even now, it's great to be a part of this process with all of them. Certainly a pleasure. All right, Houston, we'll call that a FinX.
That was pretty cool, Butch. Thank you. And Suni. And just to help us out, get some test data down here. How are you positioning the HHM with respect to your mouth?
I'm putting it right up to my lips. Is that working for you?
Yeah, no, that it sounds good. Just in the background, there's a little bit of background noise, like fan noise or little high frequency noise. We're just looking to see if there's anything there from
Yeah, we definitely have the fan that's running, so maybe you're hearing that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Is it only when we key the mic? I'm assuming.
Oh yeah, we know you're fitting to talk when we hear that fan come on.
Now, hang on a second. The airflow nozzle right in front of the commander's seat, it is open and it's probably blowing right on my face. Let me move it here in a second and see if that helps out when I'm in the seat.
Okay.
Also, you had said earlier that you might want to do the Vesta task and the sublimator refill simultaneously. We need the location for that refill kit, and we'll be ready to do those when you're ready.
Okay. Yeah, I'm ready to talk sublimator kit stuff when you're ready.
Okay, we'll start out with location. Where do we find it?
All right. So you're going to get the sublimator refill kit out of the port LIO bag, and then the water, it's going to come from the port and starboard LIO bag. We have 3 liters of water in those in the refill kit bags. They're going to be 2 500 milliliter bags and 2 1 liter bags, and they're split evenly between the 2 port and starboard LIO bags.
And we did just have some great words from Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Suni Williams aboard Starliner, sharing remarks on their flight thus far following their liftoff at 9:52 a.m. Central Time this morning atop the AtlasV rocket. Clearly very impressed by their ride uphill and the performance of the spacecraft, noting particularly the precision of piloting capabilities. Lots of thanks all around for the many individuals helping the crew get to space safely as well. We will be sure to share the video that was also captured during the event at a later time once Starliner is docked to the International Space Station and we are able to downlink it to the ground.
And to piggyback off that, again, it's just great to hear from the crew, and great to hear that they're very happy with the way that all the vehicles today performed, from the AtlasV rocket to Centaur to Starliner. I believe Butch even mentioned, just kudos to everybody, right? So again, they're very, very happy with the way that the vehicles performed, and very happy with the way that Starliner is performing for them right now. So again, this is a very, very exciting day.
And so looking ahead, the crew will perform that VESTA data collection.
Do you want to start out with the 1,000 milliliter or the 500 milliliter bag? Water bag.
We don't have a preference on which one we start with down here.
Well, do you think we'll use more than 500 milliliters?
Oh yeah, we're going to use all 3 liters.
And those words up to the crew, Butch Wilmore discussing some of that sublimator refill, a couple questions that he had regarding the water. That was a watch item that we had earlier this morning. The sublimator was running out of water a little more quickly than expected, but they are working to get it refilled now.
Starliner, we'd like to revector you guys back over to the VESTA data collection procedure 10.807, ready for you to pick up in step 5, and we'll be ready for you on time in step 6. And actually, you can take care of step 6 as well. Starliner on air to ground. I went right through a hand over there. I'll just repeat my whole last message. We're ready for you to get back into 10.807, steps 5 and 6.
And so next up, the crew.
Starliner Houston, how copy?
We reach a standby.
Roger.
So next up, we will see the crew start to step through those VESTA data collection procedures as part of that activity and checkout of that system. VESTA is the vision-based electro-optical sensor tracking assembly. It's a long-range tracking mode. Right now, that's the mode it's in, rather, due to its far distance away from the International Space Station. But as Starliner gets closer to Space Station and the Space Station becomes more visible, it will be able to use Space Station features like handrails and stickers to make its place to the docking axis to ensure proper alignment of the spacecraft to the forward port of the Harmony module. And again, we are targeting that docking at 11:15 a.m. Central Time tomorrow.
Houston, Suni is ready for the sublimator stuff, and I'm up ready to pick up in step 5.1.
Yeah, we'll take steps 5 and 6, and I'll call Suni back just in a little bit.
Okay, 5 and 6, here we go.
And Butch, step 5.1, no upcoming maintenance burns.
Copy. Here comes sequence 34.
We're ready.
And we're in step 7. Standing by at step 7 till you say.
Okay, copy.
And as we await the Vesta data collection to continue, let's take a quick look at this video to explain a bit more about the Vesta system.
Okay, Houston 7.2, point hold on your call.
Vesta is a brand new and highly complex navigation system designed by Boeing. It's what Starliner will use to autonomously dock with the International Space Station. VESTA stands for Vision-Based Electro-Optical Sensor Tracking Assembly, and here's how it works. The system consists of 2 laser-ranging sensors, 2 wide-field sensors, and 2 narrow-field sensors, all of which work together to guide Starliner slowly and safely to the station. Early in the rendezvous process, the sensors operate in a long-range tracking mode, monitoring the International Space Station from afar when it still resembles a bright, star-like spot in the distance. As Starliner gets closer, the sensors pick up more details and are able to see the ISS clearly enough to determine its outline. This phase is known as silhouette mode. Then, in the final phases of docking, the space station is close enough for the VESTA sensors to switch to feature track, where they use exterior features on the docking port of the Harmony module, such as handrails, stickers, and reflectors, to assess the capsule's position and attitude. Starliner's VESTA systems are programmed to recognize these features as relative points of navigation, enabling the spacecraft to determine exactly where it is and execute its docking procedures with great precision. VESTA also gives the ground teams a highly accurate understanding of Starliner's location relative to the space station, as Starliner autonomously makes its way to the orbital laboratory.
Chip, it could be stowed next to a fan or a pump or something.
And so that
the background noise, because remember when you key that HHM, it keys that mic too. So maybe just move it up out of the way, free float it, see if we still get that background noise.
Give us a check right now. Can you hear it? 1, 2, 3. We just turned the Vox down on his HIU. So how's that?
It's still the same. I think it's because when you key the HHM, it's the same as the PTT on the HIU.
Okay, stay by. How's it sound now?
About the same.
And Neil, just so you know what we've done insofar as the sublimator, we just got the kit out and the water in the port lyo bag. I've also moved the port wedge bag so I can get to the closeout where the sublimator refill is.
Okay. Yeah, copy that. So for this activity, we're going to be in 10.5.401, which I called up a little earlier, and then it's important for us to watch the amount of water leaving the bag and compare it as an increase to the sublimator quantity on the computers. So the idea here is if the sublimator quantity is increasing but water isn't leaving the bag, then you're getting air into the system. And another tip here is that when you're twisting the IV spike into the refill bag, try to avoid bending or kinking in the tubing as you twist. And as you said it, the last recommendation I have here from ECOM is for access, recommend removing and temp stowing the forward wedge bag. And then the bags from cargo adapter 4 can also be removed for better access to the QD if you need it.
Okay, copy that. I think I can get it with just the port wedge bag, and I can see it, obviously. I just opened the zippers. That's all I did is take a look to make sure that's where was the right place, and I think I can get to it no problem from there.
Okay, manual controlled hold was actuated at 2040-41.
See the same. Thanks, Butch.
All right, standing by in step 9 for your step 8.
Roger.
Now, almost 6 hours into today's flight, 5 hours and 50 minutes since Butch and Suni launched from Florida, they are now stepping through procedures to check out the Vesta system and perform some data collection on that. The Vesta is the vision-based electro-optical sensor tracking assembly, and it's really a vision-based system critical for docking to the International Space Station. There are 2 Vestas on Starliner.
Okay, Suni, we are ready for you to get into the sublimator tank refill procedure. Procedure indicates that we have more bags, like based on the current sublimator quantity in step 1.2. However, we only have the 3 liters on board. That's 2 500 milliliters and 2 1 liter bags, and those, I think you said you got the ones out of the port Lyo bag. For monitoring the telemetry, we'll ask you guys we'll follow along too from the ground, but we don't know when you're squeezing the bag. So just go ahead and bring up the Eclipse ATCS page, and maybe have Butch follow along while you're down there and let him know when you're squeezing the bag. Make sure we don't get the quantity going up without water transferring.
Okay, we copy that. We've got the page up.
And Butch, we'll take step 9.
Step 9 works.
And also be...
Clarify. Sorry, I just want to clarify. When I'm squeezing the bag, we should see the quantity, water quantity on the CCS ATS page go up, right?
You're right. The sublimator H2O box should be going up.
Yep.
And
yep, we see it at 9 right now.
okay, yeah, and the background sound got a little bit worse. You were probably a 2 on readability.
Okay, how's this? Is this better?
Yes.
And so at this time, there's two activities that are ongoing at the same time. Suni Williams is working towards refilling the radiator. There was a sublimator issue that the team here was tracking earlier this morning. Not mission critical, however, they are working to get some more water added to that system. At the same time, Butch Wilmore is working on the Vesta data collection. Again, there are two Vestas on Starliner, and those are vision-based cameras. One has a narrow field and one has a wide field. And these are really critical to docking operations.
20, 58, 41, we'll go point auto.
Yeah, we concur.
So the crew is going to continue to collect data on that system and provide that to the ground for analysis as part of the checkouts for this test flight ahead of certification.
Yeah, the Vesta system essentially serves as the eyes for the vehicle, and that's really important. Anytime you're in space, it can act as a star tracker, so it can figure out where the vehicle is in space in general.
You guys are ready for me to step into the supplementary tank refill, correct?
Yep, we're watching.
Okay, and just a quick question. When I go from one bag to the next, are there some words on that based on trying not to get any air in the system?
Yeah, Sunny, so once you get done with one bag, you'll be disconnecting the sublimator refill hose to quick disconnect, and that should, stop the flow in the quick disconnect on the sublimator tank. And that's down in step 6 and 7 as you're going through the bags.
Okay, copy that.
So yeah, along with being able to recognize stars and things like that, be used as a star tracker. The Vesta system also can recognize features on the ISS, which is very important when it comes to docking and rendezvousing with the ISS. So again, the Vesta system is super cool. It's a series of sensors and cameras, and we're really glad to be able to have that capability on a mission like this.
And if you're just joining us, we're continuing to provide live coverage of the crewed flight test of the Boeing Starliner spacecraft following its liftoff from Florida at 9:52 a.m. Central Time. At this time, the crew is working through a series of milestones on the Vesta data collection, as well as working to refill water in the sublimator radiator that was losing water a little bit faster than expected earlier in the flight. The crew also completed a series of checkouts of the far field piloting capabilities, as well as flying the spacecraft manually. All of this is ahead of certification of the Starliner spacecraft, as this is a test flight. Looking ahead a little bit, the crew will continue to work through the Vesta data collection procedures and sublimator refill, and then they'll begin to wind down their evening. It's been a busy day for them. They'll have a conference where they discuss some of the lessons learned so far from the flight test, as well as have a medical conference just to ensure that they're feeling well and all is going smoothly in their flight thus far. They'll then get ready for bed and head to sleep. All of this is in anticipation of their docking tomorrow to the forward port of the Harmony module at 11:15 a.m. Central Time. We are targeting a hatch opening to follow around 1 p.m. Central, with welcome remarks at 1:20 p.m. Central. We'll continue to be live on air, providing coverage every step of the way, all the way through docking, hatch opening, and those welcome remarks.
Yeah, I don't think we could ask for a better day so far. The mission is going great. We don't have any major anomalies to report on. We even had the opportunity to hear from the crew, which is great. They seem to be very satisfied with the way that the different vehicles are performing. And Mark Nappy, our Boeing Starliner program manager, said that this is primarily a crew interface flight test. And you were able to hear firsthand from the crew that the ride was great, that they had a great time manually piloting the vehicle, that it was very precise.
2-minute warning for step 10 for Butch.
Hey, keep it coming. I was watching, but keep it coming just in case.
I knew you were.
Yeah, and they even mentioned how comfortable the suits were.
Suni is almost to the point of connecting the sublimator back to the sublimator, the water back.
Okay, copy.
And a very important aspect to highlight is the fact that, again, the manual maneuvering of the spacecraft was so precise, and that is a capability that is unique to Starliner. So this is straight from the mouth of Butch, that he really felt that the vehicle performed very, very well in those manual modes as they were completing certain maneuvers earlier in the mission. So again, a great day. Everything is going great.
And once the crew does get docked to the International Space Station tomorrow, they will complete a series of events and checkouts of the spacecraft as well. The work does not stop once they get docked to Space Station. They'll be busy throughout their entire stay, including unloading some cargo. One particular piece of interesting cargo that is flying is a urine processor assembly spare to replace some hardware on board the International Space Station. They'll also work to configure Starliner into quiescent mode or docked operations and perform a safe haven exercise to verify that Starliner could be utilized in the unlikely event that that would be needed aboard the International Space Station. And so if you are just joining us, it's been a very busy day for NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams. They did launch from Florida at 9:52 a.m. Central Time. They are in a free flight portion now, over 6 hours into today's mission, and they've completed a series of checkouts of the spacecraft, everything going smoothly thus far. So to take a look back at some of the launch day highlights, let's look at a recap here.
And here are the astronauts who will fly for the first time ever in Boeing's Starliner spacecraft. Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Suni Williams, as you can see, suiting up for their mission into the history books. Good morning, and welcome to NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida for NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test, or CFT. I'm NASA's Megan Cruz.
And I'm Dee Russell with Boeing Communications. Also joining us today is NASA astronaut Mike Fink. Great to have you here.
Good morning. Third time's the charm. Beautiful day outside. The rocket's ready. The crew's getting suited up. This is an awesome day.
Yeah, beautiful start to the day so far, again, with that gorgeous sunrise we saw. And as you alluded, this is our third attempt to launch Butch and Suni on a United Launch Alliance AtlasV rocket. And Starliner teams last tried launching on Saturday, but stood down just minutes before liftoff because of a power issue in a piece of ground support equipment.
NASA and Boeing want to certify Starliner for regular flights to the International Space Station as part of NASA's Commercial Crew program. Mike, why is it so important to have a second commercial spacecraft that can take astronauts to and from the space station from American soil?
We call it dissimilar redundancy. So the more chances, the more ways that we can send humans into space, the better it is for NASA and for our country and for the planet.
Now, Mike, I know you're great friends with both Butch and Suni, and you got to speak with them late last night. So how are they feeling going into this third launch attempt?
I am very impressed with my colleagues for being such optimists and such professionals.
So we have people here in Florida and in Texas to help explain every part of this mission. Let's start first with ULA's Dylan Rice and Boeing's Lauren Brennicke, who are monitoring the spacecraft and rocket from the United Launch Alliance's Advanced Spaceflight Operations Center, or ASOC.
Yeah, Dee, welcome to the ASOC. We are at ULA's rocket headquarters, really over here on the Cape side. Dylan and I have a great spot for today's launch operations. Here in the ASOC, we have special viewing and monitoring opportunities here in what I like to consider the press box that's, above the big game going on downstairs. We've got this great view of the launch control team down here, and then we have the mission directors on one side of us and engineering support on the other side. So it is really the best spot to be following along with all the procedures today. And we did just hear that we have a go to proceed with the pad team moving back over to the pad. And Dylan, that's because fueling is wrapped up.
Well, that's right, Lauren. AtlasV and Centaur are fueled and ready to go. But looking back at our experience over the weekend here during our second CFT launch attempt on Saturday, we held our terminal count at T-minus 3 minutes 50 seconds because of an issue detected by our ground launch sequencer. After the scrub, our technicians and engineers worked overnight to assess all of our ground support equipment at the launch pad. The assessment identified an issue with a single ground power supply within a redundant computer chassis that supplies power to a set of cards which control various system functions. That power supply fault caused several cards to go offline, and shortly after we entered terminal count, the ground launch sequencer attempted to verify the appropriate level of redundancy during terminal count, and when it received the feedback that those cards were offline, the ground launch sequencer terminated the countdown. On Sunday, that chassis that contained the faulty ground power unit was removed, visually inspected, and replaced with a spare chassis. We didn't find any physical indications of significant failure with it, so we'll be doing a full failure analysis on that power unit. Meanwhile, with the new equipment in place, we have performed a full functional checkout of the chassis and all the cards. All the hardware is performing nominally. So with that, we are complete with cryogenic tanking today. All tanks are in a topping mode. Tanking and all of our operations today have gone very smoothly so far. All of our pre-launch checks are basically complete. As you said, the readiness poll has been completed for pad entry, and the blue team will be arriving shortly back on the pad to complete final checks before the crew arrives.
Well, good morning, Lauren and Dylan, and welcome to Hangar AE inside the broadcast booth where the commercial crew program, the management and engineers behind me are monitoring the ULA and Boeing's preparations for launch. You mentioned the weather, and of course that's a really good one today, as it has been for the previous two attempts. We are back at just 10% probability of violation, which is 90% go, and you can see why outside. It's a beautiful view outside. You see the graphic there, 90% go.
A great shot of Commander Butch Wilmore. With that, why don't we learn a little bit more about him? So NASA astronaut and retired U.S. Navy captain, raised in Mount Juliet, Tennessee. He is married to Deanna Wilmore, and they have 2 beautiful daughters. As a naval pilot, Butch racked up more than 8,000 flight hours and 663 carrier landings, all in tactical jet aircraft. He completed 4 operational deployments, supporting missions like Operation Desert Storm. And before his selection to NASA, Wilmore was on exchange to the Air Force as a flight test instructor at the Air Force Test Pilot School at Edwards Air Force Base in California. Butch is a veteran of 2 space flights as pilot on Space Shuttle Atlantis in 2009, and then in 2014 he served as flight engineer for Expedition 41 to the International Space Station. So far, Wilmore has spent 178 days in space and performed 4 spacewalks. This flight test will be his 3rd mission to the ISS.
And Suni Williams, CFT's pilot and a retired U.S. Navy captain. NASA selected her as an astronaut in 1998, just 2 years before Butch. This will also be Suni's 3rd mission to space, making her the first woman to test flight on an orbital spacecraft. Her first trip to the ISS launched in 2006. She served as flight engineer for Expeditions 14-15. She then returned to the orbiting lab in 2012 and was commander of Expedition 33. Suni has more than 50 hours of spacewalk time, the 2nd most cumulative time by a female astronaut. So far, she has spent 322 days in space. Before NASA, Suni was a former naval test pilot and instructor, logging more than 3,000 flight hours in more than 30 different aircraft. Williams grew up in Needham, Massachusetts. She's married to Michael Williams. She enjoys hanging out with their dogs, working out, hiking, camping, as well as working on cars and houses. We have teams at Mission Control in Houston monitoring Starliner's flight to the space station. Let's check in first with NASA's Brandy Dean and Boeing's Jim May.
Thanks so much, Dee, and welcome back once again to Mission Control at NASA's Johnson Space Center. I'm NASA's Brandy Dean.
And I'm Jim May with Boeing. The flight control team here in Houston, they're well rested and they're ready to get back to work, preparing to see Starliner safely through its first ascent with crew on board. The team's been training pretty hard for this. We've got hundreds of simulations and now a couple live scrub launches, so they're ready to get Starliner into space.
Yeah, I would say they're not going anywhere until Starliner does. The flight control team is again led by Flight Director Mike Lammers, who you see here in the view, sitting next to Flight Director Rick Henfling. Henfling's working alongside him to keep an eye on the weather. And then further down the row, on Lammers' other side, we have Canadian Space Agency astronaut Joshua Kutrick acting as today's Capcom.
And now we have an arm wrestling contest between Joe Acaba and Butch Wilmore. Oh, no, not right hand, lefty. Oh, here we go. Let's take this in. I think Butch said, "Are you trying?" Oh, I think it ended in a tie. Come on, guys. We're going to do some rock, paper, scissors. You know, I don't see any cards in this. This is a tradition. Normally, that's part of the suit up. After they've got their suits and done their checks, they do a card game. But in this case, it appears they are going with rock, paper, scissors. The whole idea here is to lose to the chief you see there, Joe Acaba. And he beat him. He beat him.
And here we go. Out of the suit-up room, Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Suni Williams walking to an elevator at the end of the hallway to depart astronaut crew quarters. Again, armed with roses. This time, it looks like orange or yellow roses. They had red roses the other day. But again, same tradition of handing some of those off to folks who have supported them throughout this mission.
Well, if the yellow roses work this time, I think Starliner 1 will be handing out yellow roses the first time.
Oh, that's wonderful. Here they come, our CFT crew taking their first steps outside for their historic flight test to the International Space Station. Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Suni Williams. Pausing for a second, a wave from both of them as they walk on over to family and friends. I think they're throwing out mission patches. Was that it?
Yeah, Butch definitely likes to share the joy.
And again, they had a couple more roses, which they've handed out to folks here in the crowd.
Atlas, which has a 100% mission success rate.
LCO, Go ahead. Yes, sir. Crew transport vehicle is entered the pad. Roger.
Yeah, that's right, Lauren.
Clear to proceed to level 12.
Crew has arrived on level 12.
And here they go. Butch and Suni walking across the crew access arm. Their way into the white room there.
LCSYS on 1.
Before they get into Starliner.
Go ahead.
Step 170, L1 balloon cycle task is complete.
Roger.
Now, here in the white room, we have some other pad team members here. Obviously, they're all good friends, having a good time, and now a prayer before they get down to business.
Houston, Starliner, we're ready to power suit fan Bravo.
Roger that. Houston is also ready for suit fan Bravo, so you'll go on the Eclipse control panel, suit fan Bravo to on.
All right, here we go.
All right. Butch powering his suit fan on. You've heard a couple of comm checks there, actually, between the pad team member you see working at the top with Butch and Butch himself, and then as well as Butch back and forth between Josh Kutrick, who will be on Starliner 1.
Now here, Suni is. She's in her pilot seat inside Starliner. We're going to see the same sort of process that we saw with Butch, right? So they're going to get her buckled in, same 5-point harness, you know, the toe and knee restraints. And then also we'll hear the various comm checks, again, with different teams, right, that they need to be communicating with, Mike?
Absolutely. Everybody needs to be able to keep track for different reasons, but the Boeing Mission Control Center here in Florida, as well as the Mission Control Center in Houston, as well as the Launch Control Center here at the ASOC. And so everybody needs to be able to talk to each other, to the crew, in case there's something that needs us to fix or to solve before launch.
All right, guys, let's bring this up again because this does have special meaning to Suni. Again, this is Suni and Butch's zero gravity indicator. You can see that it is a rainbow sequence narwhal, which is a male toothed whale. And male narwhals are the ones that you see with the signature. Look at Look at Fink taking a picture of me, showing this to you like Vanna White over here. But so the male narwhals are the ones with that single straight tooth. And Suni really wanted to pick an indicator that raised awareness for how space and ocean research go together. And space, of course, really gives us that unique vantage point of our oceans. So this particular narwhal toy was coincidentally also named Calypso, as Mike just mentioned, which happens to be the name of today's Starliner spacecraft, which Suni named in 2019.
Going up with Butch and Suni tonight is artwork from children all over the world. In collaboration with the Space Foundation, Boeing asked for drawings and paintings in response to the question, which historical space pioneer inspires you? They received about 3,500 entries from 66 different countries and 35 U.S. states. Every single entry will be flown as a digital file. The artists, ages 3 to 18, received a certificate showing their masterpiece would be flown to the International Space Station.
Starliner, be advised, we've been given a go to proceed with final hatch closure.
We are ready.
Oh, they are ready for sure.
They are ready, I know. We're ready too.
Several weeks.
Copy that. We're smiling out here too. See you in a couple weeks.
Flight Director Mike Lammers has been keeping close eye on the activities in Florida as the crew got into their seats and went through their suit checks. Also, as they closed the hatch and started pressurizing Starliner. In about an hour, Lammers is going to be polling the team here in Houston for goes or no-goes, hoping to get thumbs up across the board for today's launch. He'll be speaking for his team when he gives his final go, no-go to the launch conductor about 7 minutes before launch.
And the International Space Station Flight Control Team, led at this hour by Flight Director Allison Bollinger, has in fact polled her team, and the ISS is go for launch.
We are here on the roof of the Atlas Spaceflight Operations Center, and joining me is NASA Deputy Administrator Pam Melroy. Deputy Administrator, you have obviously firsthand experience on the effects of spaceflight on the human body. Can you discuss with us the human research experiments that Butch and Suni will take part in during their mission?
Yeah, this human research program is critically important. There are so few people overall that have been to space that every single one counts. So when Butch and Suni go up to the space station, they'll join our astronauts up there right now, Tracy, Mike, Matt, and Jeanette, and they will join in some of the same medical experiments so that we can have a larger pool of data. But in addition to that, we'll be watching very closely a couple of things. This is a new trajectory for a vehicle. It's going to be the first question I'm going to want to ask. How did it feel? What was the ride like? And then, of course, they've got plenty of experience getting out of the vehicle before launch, but it'll be a different thing after flying in space, and we're going to want to look at that closely.
Thank you so much for joining us. Can you discuss a little bit why it's important for the space agency that we have another American spacecraft launching to space from American soil?
Well, I mean, it is truly historic day that we have today. It is the 6th time we've launched a new vehicle to space, and this time with the first female on one of those missions in Suni, and from the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, not the Air Force Station any longer. And we're also, now it gives us that chance to get back to ISS with another crew. And the learning that we're doing there about the human body, about technology, about science, of course science is key to all we do, and then to prepare ourselves for those missions to the moon and then on to Mars.
We just heard the Starliner readiness poll is a go. We know the crew's visors are down now, so we are moving along smoothly into the final 11 minutes and 30 seconds of this countdown. This is an instantaneous launch window today, which means that we will launch when the orbital path for the ISS aligns with the Space Coast. Once we get into orbit, Starliner will be working to catch up with the space station, eventually reaching speeds of more than 17,500 miles per hour. It'll take about 25 hours or so to get there. And we are going to be watching here any minute.
Minus 11 minutes.
For the crew access arm.
Control, so the crew access arm for launch. Roger.
It takes about 2 minutes to rotate the 120 degrees back away from Starliner to its stowed position and latched position on the crew access tower. Here we go. But we could, in the event of an emergency, redeploy it in less than 15 seconds. Let's listen in to Chief Launch Conductor Doug Lebo conduct that final terminal count status check as we prepare for launch.
Minus 7 minutes.
Status check to proceed with terminal count. Atlas systems, propulsion.
Go.
Hydraulics.
Go.
Pneumatics.
Go.
LO2.
Go.
Water.
Go.
Centaur systems, propulsion.
Go.
Pneumatics.
Go.
LO2.
Go.
LH2.
Go.
Has gas.
Go.
Electrical systems, airborne.
Go.
Ground.
Go.
Facility.
Go.
RFFTS.
Go.
Flight control.
Go.
GC cube.
Go.
Op support.
Go.
COM.
Go.
Umbilicals.
Go.
Arm control.
Go.
ECS.
Go.
Redline monitor.
Go.
Quality.
Go.
Op safety manager.
Go.
ULA safety officer.
Go.
Vehicle system engineer.
Go.
Anomaly chief.
Go.
Range coordinator.
Clear to proceed.
Flight director.
Houston flight is go.
Starliner.
Starliner, go.
Launch director.
You have permission to launch.
Proceeding with the count. ALC, verify T0 is set for 14:52:15 Zulu.
Verified.
For everybody listening, just a thought. Sonny and I, as we were traveling to the pad, we saw many American flags, and many of you were waving flags at us. And then as we reach the pad, we look up, and of course there's that American flag on the side of the white room. Also one on the side of the rocket itself. And we know that that represents unity and resilience and unified efforts for the common good. And that's what Suni and I have witnessed this last month. Each of you displaying what this nation's forefathers envisioned, a people committed to God, family, and country, a people who use their gifts and talents for the common good, and are passionate and tough. And we all know that when the going gets tough, and it often does, the tough get going. And you have. And Suni and I are honored to share this dream of spaceflight with each and every one of you. So with that, LC, let's get going. Now let's put some fire in this rocket, and let's push it to the heavens where all these tough Americans have prepared it to be.
Let's go, Calypso. Take us to space and back.
LC flight, Starliner configured for terminal count.
On my mark,
Roger.
The time will be T-minus 4 minutes and counting. 3, 2, 1, mark. 159. Vehicle internal. 155. Launch sequencer start. 150.
Securing Centaur LH2.
Securing Centaur LO2.
Vehicle is now transferred to its onboard batteries, and topping is
140.
completed.
Launch enabled. 137. FTS armed. .120. OCU's armed. FCS count started. EDS ascent.
Starliner, last arm to auto.
Last arm auto.
Roger.
That call meaning if the emergency detection system on Atlas detects something.
Rock report range status.
Range green. 54. POP started.
It will trigger the launch abort system on Starliner and fire automatically. If that happened, the spacecraft would push itself away from the rocket a mile up and a mile out.
Atlas at flight press.
Centaur at flight press. 25.
Status check. Go Atlas. Go Centaur. Go Starliner. Godspeed, Butch and Suni.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff of Starliner and Atlas V, carrying 2 American heroes, drawing a line to the stars for all of us.
And so we are continuing to bring you live coverage following that liftoff this morning at 9:52 a.m. Central Time. The crew is on their way to the International Space Station and anticipating a docking at 11:15 a.m. Central Time tomorrow. While we were replaying those launch day highlights, we did hear that the crew completed the sublimator refill activity. Again, as a reminder, they were tracking a little bit more water than expected was being expelled from that, and they did just go ahead and fill that back up. That procedure went smoothly. And they also are continuing to step through procedures in the VESTA data collection ahead of that docking tomorrow morning. Again, that's 11:15 a.m. Central is the targeted docking time.
And yeah, we pulled out of the updates a little early, but we wanted to make sure that we're paying attention to all the cool stuff that Butch and Suni are doing on orbit. So yeah, that's definitely one of the big things about this mission, right? Is we want to pay attention and be tuned in to what's going on orbit with Butch and Suni as they go through these different operations.
Houston, as we get closer to the end of the day, let us know when you're ready to take Mustang down.
And Butch, unless you guys have anything else you want to use it for, we'll go ahead and get into the deactivation.
Yeah, I think we're good with that. Deactivate.
All right, I'll let you know when it's off.
And you may see a familiar face on your screen there. That is NASA astronaut Mike Fink, who just walked into the white flight control room.
Jump back into step 7, 10.805%.
Stand by, Butch.
And so a little better view of your view on your screen there of Mike Fink there. He does have the orange tie on and the gray shirt. He was just at the Kennedy Space Center this morning and watched the Starliner launch. He is assigned to the Starliner 1
ready
mission.
for your pickup in step 7. Thanks. Sorry about the delay.
Yeah, no problem. Here comes sequence 31.
And Mustang's been deactivated.
Okay. I just want to make sure, as I'm looking forward in the procedure, we
Big
are still
hug there.
in override. Got some override to 213. And I guess we'll go to 31. I'm just not seeing the procedure where I changed that, but maybe I didn't look far enough.
Butch, that'll be 7.3.
Okay, got to turn the page. Thanks. Over to your steps, Houston, for 7.1.
And Butch, you can go ahead and take us all the way down through 7.6.
Okay, I'll go to 7.6.
And if you are just joining us, we are now nearly 7 hours into today's flight. This morning at 9:52 a.m. Central, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams did lift off from Florida. They are currently on their way to the International Space Station, targeting a docking tomorrow at 11:15 a.m. Central. They've had a busy day and are going to begin to wind down their day a bit after completing a series of far-field piloting checkouts and manual checkouts. They also completed VESTA data collection to ensure that the system is working properly ahead of that docking tomorrow. And they filled the sublimator with water after it was noticed that it was losing water a little faster than expected earlier in the flight. No concerns there for docking, everything continuing to go smoothly.
And Houston, step 7.6 centerline camera is set up and powered off.
Yeah, roger that, Butch.
Okay, that looks like 10.805. The far field piloting checkouts are complete.
Yep, you are no longer required for that. And Butch and Optimus, there's an SMC off. We're not going to be ready for that. I'll let you know.
Okay, stand by.
And for the timeline tool update that's also on the plan, we're going to have to punt that to tomorrow morning.
Okay, consider it punted.
And we did hear the call out that Vesta data collection is complete, and we are now going to move into a little bit slower of a portion of today's flight as the crew gets ready for pre-sleep. They do have a couple tasks ahead of them. They're going to work on cleaning up everything that they had out as part of all of those piloting checkouts and Vesta data collection. They'll then have a conference with the flight test team and provide some feedback and a debrief and collect some information following the first flight day Then following that, they'll have a medical conference with the flight surgeons here on the ground just to ensure that they're feeling well, all is going smoothly. Now almost 7 hours into today's flight. Following that, they'll get ready for pre-sleep and have a sleep period.
Starliner Houston. Be advised, we're going to go ahead and take the spacecraft back over to sequence 2 to get back into far field rendezvous and start the low power mode power down. As we expect, for main B, that was our power bus that we were watching. It's rolling right along with predicts, and we don't have a lot of margin, so we're going to want to get to low power mode quickly. For the rest of the timeline, I'll give you a call here in the next few minutes to turn off or deactivate the SMC on the plan, and then we're going to roll right into the flight test feedback conference.
Okay, we're standing by on your call.
And that call up to the crew from the Capcom, Neil Nagata, letting them know that the far field piloting checkouts and manually piloting demonstrations are now complete. They're going to work to get back into that far field rendezvous return, which essentially they will no longer have control of the spacecraft, but they really don't need to. That was just part of the checkouts for today anyways. Starliner is a fully autonomous spacecraft, so the crew does not have to be in control of it, but they did, again, do that as part of those checkouts. Once they get into that configuration, they will complete a flight test feedback conference with some of the ground teams, just letting them know how things went today, providing any feedback that they have on the spacecraft thus far.
Starliner, message is expected with the transition low power mode.
Yep, we're just watching. Keep them coming. Houston Starliner, a few words before we get too late in the day.
We're ready.
Yeah, it's been quite a monumental day, not just for Suni and me, but for the entire Boeing team, the entire NASA team that's been focused on CFT for all these months and these years leading up to what has transpired to this point. And everybody owes a huge debt of congratulations and, you know, pat on the back and hugs and everything else. And I know, just thinking back, we certainly can't name everybody, but there's a couple of names I think that we can throw out for, you know, the significant role they played. I mean, going back to the early design of the spacecraft, the cockpit itself, I mean, there's Chris Ferguson and Steve Galvain, and then several program managers through the years, you know, John Wilmore and, of course, Mark Nappy now, and Leroy Kane, and all the effort that they've all put into it for such a long, long amount of time. And, you know, up the chain at Boeing as well, John Shannon and Kay Sears and others in their management teams that really put a nice, necessary, needed focus on what was taking place with us and got us here. And like I said, the list goes on, you know, on the NASA side as well. Steve Stitch, the entire NASA team, Billy Stover and his safety guys, and Manish, and goodness, I could just name them on and on and on. And it's just been, like I said, it's just been an amazing day from start to finish. And kudos and congratulations to the entire teams throughout. I'm going to let Suni say a few as well.
Yeah, I just want to, like Butch said, acknowledge some of the people who have come and gone. You know, we've had so many people working on this program and have earned so much knowledge, gained so much knowledge, and then took it other places. You know, some of the people from the very beginning with the cockpit, you know, Selena, Kavia, just have to say thank you. You know, White Wheeler, you're always there. It's amazing. Jim Harder for all the GNC. Steve Everett for getting us through all of the you know, the tests on the way to get here. It's just been a huge team, you know, in the cockpit, you know, Melanie and her team who got us all ready to go through many, many tests in the past. There's people all over the space industry that we just want to say thank you to. Your fingerprints are here in the spacecraft just like ours now, and it's a great spacecraft.
And also no longer with us, but still with us in spirit and training us and getting us ready. And if it wasn't for guys like Rob Tomorrow and Alan Fox, it just wouldn't be the day it is today as well. So we want to acknowledge them too. Thanks to all. Congratulations to all. And all the folks sitting there on console right now, congratulations to y'all as well. It's been a great, great day.
Copy all. Houston certainly appreciates all of the call-outs and everything that everybody's done to get to this point. It is a great day, and it's great to talk to you guys on the radios in space. It's great to see all these people in the FICR here with me, doing everything that we've planned and worked very hard for, and it's very fulfilling. So thank you.
And some really great words from the commander of Starliner, Butch Wilmore, as well as the pilot, Suni Williams, just sharing their gratitude and expressing their thanks for the many, many individuals that have helped get to this point today. And also a special tribute to a few folks who are no longer with us to celebrate the milestone of today.
Yeah, like Butch mentioned, it takes a lot of people, a lot of different teams, and again, we all work together to make sure that missions like this can be successful. So again, I definitely feel Butch on his sentiments towards, hey, great day for everybody, and we've been working really hard for the past years and stuff. So yeah, really, really good stuff to talk about.
So at this time, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams are completing a conference with ground teams here across the world, indicating what they have learned thus far about Starliner and doing a debrief, collecting crew feedback, all of that ahead of their pre-sleep period. We won't be hearing that live on NASA TV, but if you are just tuning in, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams did launch from Florida at 9:52 a.m. Central Time this morning, and they...
Starliner Houston for tablet charging works when able.
Yes, go ahead.
Hey, so what we're seeing on the tablet that's charging currently is that when you plug in the charger at first, it goes to like a medium charge mode, and then after a while, it'll drop down to a low charge. So for the charger that's on the, or correction, for the tablet that's on the fast charger, or the big charger, if you will, when convenient, at regular intervals, we'd like you guys to remove the cable and then plug it back in to get it back in medium charge mode. And that'll help us keep the battery up on that one. And then for tonight, we'd like you to go ahead and charge the second tablet on the second USB-A port on the spider cable.
Okay, Sonny unplugged number 12 and replugged it in to put it back into medium, like you said. It's at... Oh, I'm sorry. Sonny switched them out. That was number 9 that she just unplugged and replugged.
Okay. And
then the other one you will put on the other USB, like you said.
Right, cool. And do you have charge numbers for us for 9 and 12?
Twelve's at 64.
And I didn't copy 9 if you said it.
Yeah, 9 is at 31.
Copy that, thank you.
And as we continue to provide live coverage of today's flight of the Boeing Starliner spacecraft, let's take a look back at our first time hearing from the crew following their launch. As you know, they're currently in orbit aboard Starliner, headed to the International Space Station. They shared a few details with us on the beginning portion of their flight aboard Starliner.
All right, Mustang world. At least is the camera we're looking at. So where are we? Suni's going to show you that we are currently passing somewhere, based on our bowl, somewhere south, close to the southern tip of Africa. And we are post-ascent, post-orbit insertion burn, which gets us to a safe orbit, post-NC burn, which gets us on track towards the International Space Station. And then we're on our way, and we have completed the majority of our operational crew capabilities checkouts, so OCC. And so we have donned our pretty sweaters, and we are off and running on the mission. And I can tell you, I wish we could have taken you all on that ascent. It was pretty thrilling. I was looking out the overhead window, just took a glance as the lightning little wire goes by, and because the only thing really, other than we just saw blue sky, the only thing kind of give us that we could see that we were moving, we could certainly feel it, and then off we went. So, Suni, over to you.
It was really amazing, a little bit shocking actually that we actually left. It was pretty cool to actually jump off the planet and then feel the AtlasV do its thing, a little bumps here and there, a couple G's that we were both experienced, push back in our seat, and then, when things stopped, we could push forward in our seat. And, we were pretty excited, a little hooting and hollering as we were going through the asset profile, which we practiced so much in the sim, but this time we actually felt it all as well as heard it all, as experienced it. So that was pretty awesome. And, of course, when we got to orbit, it's really nice to see things start to float, like our little gravity indicator over here at Calypso. And it was just fun to be in space again. I got to unstrap first because I'm on the right seat, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm floating. That's pretty awesome. A little weird. But now, both of us have been into it now an hour, both got out of our seat, and it's like old home week. We've done it before, and it's, like Butch said, it's really nice being able to operate in any direction. His head was down, my head was up, and we were just talking like it was a normal day, and that's what life is like up here in space. So it's pretty cool. I think we're both looking at, because the camera's upside right, I suppose, but it doesn't really matter. And you'll see it when we get to the space station, when we have a lot more room to fly around it. But it doesn't matter if we're on the ceiling sleeping or if we're on the floor sleeping. So any orientation, it's great to be here.
So another comment from the ascent. So the engines actually throttle back as you're going through the region of maximum aerodynamic pressure, max Q. And I can tell you, the spacecraft, if I had my eyes shut, I could have told you we were there. Yeah. Because the dynamics were noticeable. I mean, we were getting probably plus or minus a degree in rate as we were coming through that area, and it was pretty dang neat. We've made a couple of comments on it, and initially it was really smooth, clearing through that wire I just mentioned, and then going through maximum aerodynamic pressure. Like I said, it was definitely working its way through there, and then past that, it smoothed it out pretty much so again, and then we were off and running. As we were continuing an ascent, we did our roll, and eventually the nose came down, and what we actually do is we climb relative to my body. We climb. We go tangential to the Earth. We actually descend. There's a period where we actually come down and gain a little bit of speed to get the speed that we need to finally maintain orbit, or actually at least stay in orbit for a period. We're not always in a good orbit at that point. But anyway, as we were doing that and we were getting kind of tangential to the Earth, I noticed out the side window, I pointed to Suni, that you could actually see the ground for the first time. And so we're looking down at the clouds. It's been a long time since Suni and I looked down at the clouds, and that was pretty fascinating as well. Let's see here. Going through our procedures in the spacecraft. Let's see here. Let's talk about the spacecraft. First, let's talk about the Atlas. Wow, we love the Atlas. Then let's talk about the Centaur. Wow, we love the Centaur. Fantastic. We got up to 3.5 G limiting, and I actually feel it like my Adam's apple, because the push was pretty cool. And then the Centaur lit off, and then we were off and running with that. Just kind of like the Sim, but it's much better to have the sounds and also the G forces associated with the launch. So it's pretty stinking fascinating. So kudos to ULA. And then we came up on LV-SEP. We separated from the launch vehicle, the rocket, and then we were in orbit, and of course the reaction control system jets start firing, and then it's just Starliner. And I can tell you what, kudos to Starliner. All the folks that have been working just for, let's put it like this, put all their passion and their efforts into this. We know that some businesses, some people have jobs, but it's more of a lifestyle in some occupations, and this is one of them. This is a lifestyle. And you've got to be passionate about what you do, and I know all you folks have been, and thus far it has been fabulous. This spacecraft, I mean, you can hear the sound of the RCS jet. Obviously, it's not traveling in air because it's a vacuum outside, but the sound is traveling through the structure, and it gives us a very, very unique sound, like a sound I've never really noticed before. And so that's pretty neat every time we fired it. So we went to from one mode where our guided sub mode had us in a really large deadband where you have a lot of room that you can maneuver to maintain your attitude. And then we went to a smaller deadband where it's really tight. And as it transitioned, it was like, it was constant firing of jets for like 10 seconds. And I'm like, uh-oh, is this right? Is this wrong? And then, of course, it settled out and it maintained right in that really small center position in that tighter deadband, and it stayed right in there. I can tell you also, Sonny and I both have done some manual maneuvering, and it is precise. Much more so even than the simulator. I mean, stopping exactly on a number you want to stop on, it is just, the precision is pretty amazing. So again, this spacecraft, we've talked about it before, and now we are experiencing it firsthand, and it is just an amazing spacecraft put together. Boeing's done a magnificent job, and thus far, like I said, things have just gone, I don't know, I'll use it swimmingly. It's gone fabulously, put it like that. And so kudos to everybody. ULA, love you. Boeing, love you. NASA, everybody's involvement, it's been wonderful. And that's enough of my thoughts. So now I'll give it back to you.
Just add one or two things, like our space suits are sitting right behind us, as a matter of fact. They were super comfortable. They're really great suits, easy to operate in, easy to move around in, easy to see all the displays. David Clark, thank you very much for giving us a great spacesuit. We'll take care of them, we promise. So they're, like I said, they're like our two other crew members here hanging out with us right behind us. One other thing I just want to talk about the spacecraft. It is stowed with a bunch of stuff. Thank you to Dee and Min and all that team who got this spacecraft all packed up. We've been finding stuff, of course, a little disoriented when things are on 1G and then in space. So we had a couple questions about where a couple things are, but we know our team has all the answers down there. So we thank Crew Systems and everybody who's helping us out when we have a question here or there. But I think for the most part, we got everything done. And, at night, right before we go to bed, we'll clean up just like as usual, which is very neat, because I'm trying to follow in his footsteps. Keep our spacecraft nice and clean and neat, and we'll put everything away and make sure that we get a good night's sleep. So we're well on our way with our operational crew capabilities that we both got to fly, and stowage here, moving things around and finding all our stuff. It's another great day in space.
This is usually where we see if there are any questions, but I guess that's kind of hard here. There'll be more to come. More as we trek through the next days, next week. Again, it's been, the first 6 hours have been absolutely fascinating, and well beyond our expectations, I tell you what. So, again, kudos to ULA and to Boeing and to David Clark for the suits, and also the NASA team, and all the folks down at MO. All you guys sitting on console, even now. It's great to be a part of this process with all of you. Certainly a pleasure.
All right, like you all just heard from the crew, that was a super awesome event. It's always great to hear from the crew after a super exciting day like today. And to pair Mark Nappy, Boeing Starliner program manager here, he said multiple times before that this is primarily a crew interface flight test. So you got to hear that firsthand from the crew on how they've interfaced with the vehicle and what they like about it and things like that. And it seems like they have no problem with it. They enjoyed the ride to orbit. They had the opportunity to pilot the Starliner, thought it was very precise. The suits, they said that those were comfortable. Being able to view out the window as they're ascending in the ascent phase of the mission, look out the window, and that was really enjoyable. And even talked a little bit about the unique sound that the spacecraft has when its thrusters go off. So the list goes on, and I just think that's pretty cool stuff. As I mentioned earlier, when it comes to precision of the vehicle, they've gone on and on about how precise the vehicles perform when they were able to take hold of the vehicle manually and do some maneuvers, and even mentioned that the precision even went past the simulator in a lot of ways. So I think that's again super cool insight, and we're very happy on this end and on the ground, and everyone involved in this mission. We're all super happy to hear that the crew is really enjoying themselves and feeling good. And now you guys might have actually heard the term VESTA being used a lot throughout this mission, and may have some questions about what is the VESTA system, what does it do? So now we're going to actually move over to a package to show you guys kind of the ins and outs of the VESTA system and why it's so important and crucial to this mission.
VESTA is a brand new and highly complex navigation system designed by Boeing. It's what Starliner will use to autonomously dock with the International Space Station. VESTA stands for Vision-Based Electro-Optical Sensor Tracking Assembly, and here's how it works. The system consists of 2 laser ranging sensors, 2 wide-field sensors, and 2 narrow-field sensors, all of which work together to guide Starliner slowly and safely to the station. Early in the rendezvous process, the sensors operate in a long-range tracking mode, monitoring the International Space Station from afar when it still resembles a bright, star-like spot in the distance. As Starliner gets closer, the sensors pick up more details and are able to see the ISS clearly enough to determine its outline. This phase is known as silhouette mode. Then, in the final phases of docking, the space station is close enough for the VESTA sensors to switch to feature track, where they use exterior features on the docking port of the Harmony module, such as handrails, stickers, and reflectors, to assess the capsule's position and attitude. Starliner's VESTA systems are programmed to recognize these features as relative points of navigation, enabling the spacecraft to determine exactly where it is and execute its docking procedures with great precision. VESTA also gives the ground teams a highly accurate understanding of Starliner's location relative to the space station, as Starliner autonomously makes its way to the orbital laboratory.
We're now 7 hours and 30 minutes into the first crewed test flight of the Boeing Starliner spacecraft, which lifted off from Florida at 9:52 a.m. Central Time this morning. The crew is preparing to move into their sleep period here shortly, but they have had an extremely busy day working throughout a variety of checkouts of the spacecraft, including far-field piloting checkouts, as well as VESTA data collection, and working in lockstep with the crew on the ground the entire way. One of those major checkouts that they did was to manually pilot this spacecraft as part of the certification process of Starliner for regular rotational missions to the International Space Station. So to learn a little bit more about the piloting of the Starliner spacecraft, let's check out this video.
Never stop learning, never stop improving.
They are goals of the Starliner program and a Boeing standard.
On launch day, my head will probably be, hey, we're rooting for you, team. Get up there. Let's get the job done. Let's get home safely. And oh, by the way, what do we need to work on for next time?
Boeing space advisor Chris Ferguson, or Fergie, a former shuttle commander and pilot, holds a unique perspective on Starliner that started back in 2011 when the shuttle program was winding down.
After serving the world for over 30 years, the space shuttle turned its place in history and it's come to a final stop.
And I still remember constructing little cut-out 3D models of what the interior of our vehicle would someday look like.
Fergie and Starliner's early innovators carried it from paper to prototype.
It's been very rewarding to see it go full circle from an idea to a full-up, ready-to-fly spacecraft.
But the start of NASA's Commercial Crew Program came with a massive responsibility for Boeing. It took real visionaries to bring together what worked well with shuttle and what would be needed for the future of space exploration.
It's like throwing a pass to a receiver on a football field. You have to throw the ball to where the receiver's going to be.
And in their minds, that target involved a two-pronged approach, both autonomy and a backup hands-on option.
So let's talk about autonomy first. That really means that the spacecraft does everything that it's supposed to do with limited or no human intervention.
Which Starliner accomplished when it docked to the International Space Station during Orbital Flight Test 2. But what's the real advantage of autonomy? Astronauts can spend more time training for their ultimate mission on the space station and less time learning to fly.
To train a skilled astronaut takes a long time. And, years, a couple of years before you've really sort of mastered all the possibilities for which you would have to be prepared for.
But automated systems follow a script or command from the ground. And sometimes events arise in space with no time to spare.
I mean, anything could come up. You would have to maneuver the vehicle to avoid what's a projected conjunction, right? A piece of micrometeoroid in about 4 orbits, because we track all this stuff out there. They say, hey, there's something out there. You can't continue on your autonomous route. You're going to have to do something to move out of the way.
So, Boeing created Starliner with a backup mode in mind, a hand controller like most test pilots are used to.
Being able to take command of the ship and fly it manually is a feature that the Starliner offers that the crew is very much interested in and tests very thoroughly. That interface allows them to take over from autonomous flight control in case of an issue.
In this professional astronaut spacecraft, the crew can physically maneuver Starliner out of any unplanned situation.
I think we've sort of navigated that narrow path between doing what the customer wants us to do, reduce the workload and the training necessity for astronauts, but at the same time still providing some capability for manual takeover, manual flight, manual backup.
And our crew will test that capability during this flight test. They will perform tasks that can't be done on the ground to make sure the manual flight works as intended.
There comes a time where you say, I've looked everywhere I need to look, now it's time to go fly.
So, like we mentioned many times throughout this mission so far, we're very happy with the mission thus far, and really looking forward to what's to come in the future. So, let's take a moment to also highlight some of the mission ops involved in this flight test.
The ground team here in Mission Control absolutely acts as a third crew member.
When you are on console, the vehicle and the crew's lives, it is your final decision. We are in charge of the mission whenever it is ongoing and whenever we are on console.
My role on the team is that I am the Ascent Flight Director.
I will be working the Orbit 3 shift, which is when the crew is asleep and the vehicle is in a low power mode.
My role on the team is really the same role that I had on the OFT-2 mission, where I was the lead flight director for the free flight phase, and more specifically the rendezvous and docking.
We monitor the relative motion of the spacecraft as it approaches ISS. We make sure it's in safe space. We make sure that there's always a way for the crew to abort if necessary.
I will be working the undocking, so I'll be the lead for the undock and getting the crew away from station and on its way to the deorbit burn safely.
Boeing and NASA both have a very unique partnership when it comes to the Starliner vehicle.
It's unlike anything we've done in the past.
The one thing that helped out a lot was we worked with the Boeing team on Space Shuttle. So a lot of the folks who are on the engineering side for Boeing actually worked on the Space Shuttle side.
I think it's very important to have teams both at NASA and in the enterprises that support NASA and support commercial space, have teams of engineers and people that are able to build these systems. They're good for the country, they're good for the public.
While we may be NASA employees, we are working together with Boeing as one, which makes it a little bit unique because for the most part, a lot of vehicles, everything comes from the same company or the same organization. Being able to blend the two worked really well.
And liftoff. Starliner is headed back to space on the shoulders of Atlas, powered by a workforce dedicated to its success.
It's a little sports car, basically. We're here at NASA, we're used to, flying the shuttle, a much bigger vehicle. This spacecraft is a capsule, and it's much smaller. Its jets are all near its center of gravity. Its jets all point in the direction that you'd want it to translate and rotate. So it's a lot of fun to fly this thing.
Our job is to know the vehicle inside and out. The flight controllers need to know their systems inside and out, whether it's how the hardware works or how the software works, because both of it's very integrated on Starliner.
We are going to put it through the ringer for a test flight. We're going to experiment with all the different ways that Starliner can be controlled and operated to make sure that it's ready.
We can send the commands, we can control the vehicle. If the crew's busy working on something, we don't have to call them. I can go ahead and send the command or have my flight controller send the command from the ground to manipulate the vehicle in the way that we need it to.
Having Butch and Suni on the crewed flight test gives us capability where the astronauts can actually fly Starliner manually if we need them to. So we have a backup capability on this flight and all future flights that we didn't have the first time around.
Butch and Suni wanting to fly manually more, but we're giving them a lot of opportunity already, both on the way to space station and then on the way back.
And if something happens to where we can't talk with them, they still need to be able to get to the space station or to get home.
It's just a lot more fun to have people, right? It gives the spacecraft a personality, it gives the whole team a personality.
We are very close with Suni and Butch. We talk to them on almost a daily basis.
We've been teaching them orbital mechanics. We've been teaching them how to monitor this automated spacecraft as it approaches ISS. We throw failures at them day and night in here and in the simulators.
When they first started, we would, sit with them in the simulator, understand how they wanted to fly the vehicle.
We teach them how to think their way out of very difficult situations. If you want to avoid a collision, sometimes you have to burn in directions that you wouldn't expect. We spend a lot of time in the simulators. We spend a lot of time talking about tough situations that probably in real life will never happen, but we have to be prepared for them.
This crew is boots on the ground. They don't just let it stop at the training. They are there in the testing. They are there providing the inputs to what we should put into our procedures.
These are not just our coworkers, but also our friends, and we want to make sure that everything that they do in space is safe.
Spaceflight is not easy, it is hard. If CFT goes perfectly according to plan, everything is super smooth, we make it look easy. Just know that there was a lot of work that went into the background to make it look that way.
We're always very conscious that things are not going to go perfectly in space. They never do. Every spacecraft that's ever flown to the space station has had its problems, right? So we have to train for one failure, two failures, sometimes even 3 or 4 failures, and happening in parallel.
It's a feeling of accomplishment that we've made it, and all the effort over the years that our team, both Boeing and NASA, have put into this program. I mean, it's going to be our mark of success.
Once they get off the launch pad, the number one priority for all of us is to see them on the desert walking away from the spacecraft. And anything that happens in between is going to be, in my mind, a big bonus.
Now, one of the traditions in human spaceflight is that spacecraft typically are named by the crew that flies on them for the first time. Pilot Suni Williams did name this Starliner spacecraft Calypso because of her affinity and love for the sea, and that also comes into play when it comes to the zero-G indicator, which is also another tradition here at NASA and human spaceflight for the crew to select a zero-G indicator that highlights when they are in the microgravity environment of space. It's usually something pretty special to them or their family, so let's learn a little bit more about Starliner's zero-G indicator on this flight.
Research underwater is just as amazing as research in space, and I think they go hand in hand as we're learning more about our planet. So this little guy, his name happens to be Calypso, the same name as the spacecraft, and he's a narwhal. And you might say, like, what is this theme, right? It's about the ocean, and it's about our planet as well as going to space. My niece and nephew helped me pick this guy out. My sister actually works for Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, and so there's a huge awareness in our family about ocean science, climate, and our planet, preserving our planet. And so when I was thinking about this, I had a couple different options, and the narwhal, of course, I think is pretty cool little fish for everybody to take a look at. So everybody voted, of course, #1 for Calypso the narwhal.
A little homage to other explorers and the ships that they rode on. I think we're going to call her Calypso. Of course, I love the ocean. I love what the ocean means to this planet. We would not be this planet without the ocean. There's so much to discover in the ocean, and there's so much to discover in space. It just seemed like a natural marriage.
You know, Jacques Cousteau, he had this amazing ship, did amazing exploration all over the world, and opened eyes for so many people to learn about the ocean. And I think that's what this spacecraft will do. And I think what's really great about this program and us going to low Earth orbit again and again and doing all this research is we're able to share this research with the people on Earth. And I think it's very similar, and that's why I chose Calypso. Originally, I was not going to fly on the spacecraft. I was just given the opportunity to name it as the commander of the next mission, Starliner 1. And as crews changed and time went on, it just so happened, it ended up that I'm getting to fly on my ship that I got to name. So what an honor. I mean, it's pretty cool. It's like coming full circle. So I'm really excited about it. I'm really excited to share this spacecraft and show it off and show what it can do to everybody. And I think it is the pathway to exploration.
So as you heard there, in choosing the narwhal as the gravity indicator, Suni really hoped to bring awareness to the way that research of space and research of the ocean really go hand in hand. And I think, again, that's definitely been proven time and time again.
And if you're just joining us, we're now almost 8 hours into today's flight. There was a maintenance burn that took place just a short time ago. This ensures that Starliner is continuing on the right trajectory ahead of their docking tomorrow morning at 11:15 a.m. Central Time. The crew is going to begin winding down for the day and have a medical conference here in just a couple minutes to talk through how they're feeling after their...
Starliner Houston, no action on the caution message. Going to catch you back up. We're taking a look at the port helium manifold, and we just isolated it to characterize its leak rate.
Okay, we're standing by for that. Going back there around 2.
Roger.
And the team here on the ground keeping an eye on the port side of the spacecraft, particularly one of the manifold valves. Noticing some helium increasing coming out of that valve, so the team is going to step through procedures to close that valve rather. We're going to continue to bring you live coverage all the way through docking tomorrow morning. You might hear it get a little slower as far as the communication between the ground and the Starliner crew, NASA astronauts Butch, Wilmore, and Suni Williams, as they step into a medical conference and then into their pre-sleep and sleep periods. And the ultimate destination for the Starliner crew tomorrow is, of course, the International Space Station. The crew aboard the space station is currently asleep at this hour, all 7 crew members getting some rest before a busy day of docking operations tomorrow. On board the International Space Station are 7 human beings, 3 cosmonauts, Oleg Kononenko, who is the commander of the International Space Station and who surpassed 1,000 days of cumulative time in space just yesterday, as well as Roscosmos cosmonauts Nikolai Chub and Alexander Gurbenkin. Also on board Space Station are NASA astronauts Tracy Dyson, Mike Barrett, Matt Dominic, and Jeanette Epps. Tomorrow, NASA astronauts Tracy Dyson and Matt Dominic are going to be helping with docking operations and will complete a variety of tasks both in anticipation of that and during docking operations. And on this graphic, you can see both the Starliner spacecraft as well as the International Space Station in their current locations in their orbit around the Earth. They're in the International Space Station is in a night pass, and the Starliner vehicle is currently in a day pass. Starliner will work to complete a series of maneuvers in order to catch up to the International Space Station before that docking tomorrow at 11:15 a.m. Central Time. Following docking, we will have a hatch opening around 1 p.m. Central Time, and then a welcome remarks from the crew at around 1:20 p.m. Central Time tomorrow. If you're just joining us, we're now almost 8 hours into today's mission of the Starliner spacecraft to the International Space Station. The crew lifted off at 9:52 a.m. Central Time this morning from Florida on top of an AtlasV rocket and reached space just a few minutes later, about 11 minutes later. Following liftoff and confirmation of a good orbit, the crew got straight to work and performed a variety of test checkouts and demonstrations of the Starliner spacecraft as part of its certification to the International Space Station. Some of those included far-field piloting and manual checkouts to ensure that the crew could fly the spacecraft manually if required. Although Starliner is an autonomous spacecraft, because this is a certification mission, this is a requirement ahead of those regular flights to space station soon. Additionally, the commander, Butch Wilmore, worked on VESTA data collection. The VESTA system is very important for Starliner when it comes to docking operations, as it ensures that Starliner is in the right tracking location and able to dock successfully to the International Space Station. While Butch was working through those procedures, NASA astronaut Suni Williams and pilot of Starliner worked to refill the sublimator. Earlier in the flight, this area was showing was losing water a little faster than expected. Not a critical issue, but they did work to go ahead and get that sublimator refilled as they had some spare water on board. And at this time, the team on the ground is monitoring a helium valve leak. They did go ahead and isolate the port manifold valve and are monitoring the situation. Meanwhile, the crew is completing a medical conference ahead of their pre-sleep and sleep periods. Still looking ahead towards a docking tomorrow at 11:15 a.m. Central. Starliner will be docking to the forward or Earth-facing port of the Harmony module on the International Space Station. Once on board, they'll complete a variety of test checkouts of the spacecraft, unload cargo, and complete additional certification tasks, including bringing the spacecraft into quiescent mode or docked mode, and performing a safe haven checkout. This would be used in the unlikely situation that the crew did need to essentially shelter in place inside the Starliner spacecraft. The crew on board space station does have the option to do this on docked vehicles, so as part of the certification process, they are going to work through ensuring that Starliner could be utilized in that same capacity if needed. And you're looking at a live view inside the White Flight Control Room here in Mission Control Houston at the Johnson Space Center. The team is currently being led by NASA Flight Director Ed Van Cise. And the Capcom or capsule communicator that you have heard on console throughout today has been Neil Nagata. Now you do see a maybe familiar face if you watched our launch broadcast this morning. To Neil's right is a very special guest here in the Mission Control Center. That is NASA astronaut Mike Fink. He was at the Kennedy Space Center just this morning watching the launch of his friends. That liftoff happened at 9:52 a.m. Central Time. And Mike Fink is actually assigned to the Starliner 1 mission. Starliner 1 will be the first mission following certification of the Starliner spacecraft to the International Space Station.
Starliner Houston, air to ground 1 minute to go for a 13-minute LOS. Starliner.
All right, Houston, we copy. 13-minute LOS.
Yeah, 45 seconds to that. You are go to take care of the SMC-1 power off per your timeline. And then as we get into pre-sleep activities, no LIO changeout required for today. And expect to pick up the PMCs here in about 14 minutes.
Okay, we'll copy all. SMC-1 coming down.
SMC. Sierra Mike, Sierra Mike.
Yep, SMC, Sierra Mike.
And you did just hear Capcom Neil Nagata call up to the crew and let them know about an upcoming LOS, or loss of signal period. These are expected and do happen from time to time when a spacecraft travels in between satellites and doesn't have communication. But we are able to track the LOS, or loss of signal, and we'll be looking towards AOS, or acquisition of signal, here in just about 13.5 minutes. Once the crew comes out of the other side of that LOS, that loss of signal, they will complete their medical conference and then move straight into their pre-sleep activities and try and get some rest before docking tomorrow morning at 11:15 a.m. Central.
So again, we're very excited where we are in the mission right now, and something that some of you that just are joining may have missed a little earlier was we had the opportunity to hear from the crew about their initial thoughts on the flight so far. So we're going to go over and show those highlights that we got to hear earlier.
All right, Mustang World, at least is the camera we're looking at. So where are we? Suni's going to show you that we are currently passing somewhere, based on our bowls, somewhere south, close to the southern tip of Africa. And we are post-ascent, post-orbit insertion burn, which gets us to a safe orbit, post-NC burn, which gets us on track towards the International Space Station. And then we're on our way, and we have completed the majority of our operational crew capabilities checkouts, so OCCs. And so we have donned our pretty sweaters, and we are off and running on the mission. And I can tell you, I wish we could have taken you all on that ascent. It was pretty thrilling. I was looking out the overhead window, just took a glance as the lightning little wire goes by, and because the only thing really, other than we just saw blue sky, the only thing kind of give us that we could see that we were moving, we could certainly feel it, and then off we went. So, Suni, over to you.
It was really amazing, a little bit shocking actually that we actually left. It was pretty cool to actually jump off the planet and then feel the AtlasV do its thing. A little bumps here and there, a couple G's that we were both experienced, pushed back in our seat, and then when things stopped, we could push forward in our seat. And we were pretty excited, a little hooting and hollering as we were going through the asset profile, which we practiced so much in the sim, but this time we actually felt it all as well as heard it all, as experienced it. So that was pretty awesome. And of course, when we got to orbit, it's really nice to see things start to float, like our little gravity indicator over here at Calypso. And it was just fun to be in space again. I got to unstrap first because I'm on the right seat, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm floating. That's pretty awesome. A little weird. But now, like both of us have been into it now an hour, both got out of our seats, and it's like old home week. We've done it before, and it's, like Butch said, it's really nice being able to operate in any direction. His head was down, my head was up, and we were just talking like it was a normal day, and that's what life is like up here in space. So it's pretty cool. I think we're both like looking at because the camera's, upside right, I suppose, but it doesn't really matter. And you'll see it when we get to the space station when we have a lot more room to fly around it. But it doesn't matter if we're on the ceiling sleeping or if we're on the floor sleeping. So any orientation, it's great to be here. So another comment from the ascent. So the engines actually throttle back as you're going through the region of maximum aerodynamic pressure, max Q. And I can tell you, the spacecraft, if I had my eyes shut, I could have told you we were there. Yeah. Because the dynamics were noticeable. I mean, we were getting probably plus or minus a degree in rate as we were coming through that area, and it was pretty dang neat. We've made a couple of comments on it, and initially it was really smooth, clearing through that wire I just mentioned, and then going through maximum aerodynamic pressure. Like I said, it was definitely working its way through there, and then past that, it smoothed it out pretty much so again, and then we were off and running. As we were continuing in ascent, we did our roll, and eventually the nose came down, and what we actually do is we climb relative to my body. We climb. We go tangential to the Earth. We actually descend. There's a period where we actually come down and gain a little bit of speed to get the speed that we need to finally maintain orbit, or actually at least stay in orbit for a period. We're not always in a good orbit at that point. But anyway, as we were doing that and we were getting kind of tangential to the Earth, I noticed out the side window, I pointed to Suni, that you could actually see the ground for the first time. And so we're looking down at the clouds. It's been a long time since Suni and I looked down at the clouds, and that was pretty fascinating as well. Let's see here. Going through our procedures in the spacecraft. Let's see here. Let's talk about the spacecraft. First, let's talk about the Atlas. Wow, we love the Atlas. Then let's talk about the Centaur. Wow, we love the Centaur. Fantastic. We got up to 3.5 G limiting, and I actually feel it like my Adam's apple, because the push was pretty cool. And then the Centaur lit off, and then we were off and running with that. Just kind of like the sim, but it's much better to have the sounds
and also the G forces associated with the launch. So it's pretty stinking fascinating. So kudos to ULA. And then we came up on LV-SEP. We separated from the launch vehicle, the rocket, and then we were in orbit, and of course the reaction control system jet starts firing, and then it's just Starliner. And I can tell you what, kudos to Starliner. All the folks that have been working just for, let's put it like this, put all their passion and their efforts into this. We know that some businesses, some people have jobs, but it's more of a lifestyle in some occupations, and this is one of them. This is a lifestyle. And you've got to be passionate about what you do, and I know all you folks have been, and thus far it has been fabulous. This spacecraft, I mean, you can hear the sound of the RCS jet. Obviously, it's not traveling in air because it's a vacuum outside, but the sound is traveling through the structure, and it gives us a very, very unique sound, like sound I've never really noticed before. And so that's pretty neat every time we fire jet. So we went to from one mode where our guided sub mode had us in a really large deadband where you have a lot of room that you can maneuver to maintain your attitude. And then we went to a smaller deadband where it's really tight, and as it transitioned, it was like, I mean, it was constant firing of jets for like 10 seconds. And I'm like, uh-oh, is this right? Is this wrong? And then, of course, it settled out, and it maintained right in that really small center position, and that tighter deadband, and it stayed right in there. I can tell you also, we've already, Sonny and I both have done some manual maneuvering, and it is precise. Much more so even than the simulator. I mean, stopping exactly on a number you want to stop on, it is just, the precision is pretty amazing. So again, this spacecraft, we've talked about it before, and now we are experiencing it firsthand, and it is just an amazing spacecraft put together. Boeing's done a magnificent job, and thus far, like I said, things have just gone, I don't know, I'll use it swimmingly. It's gone fabulously, put it like that. And so kudos to everybody. ULA, phew, love you. Boeing, love you. NASA, everybody's involvement, it's been wonderful. And that's enough of my thoughts. Sonny, I'll give it back to you.
Just add one or two things, like our spacesuits are sitting right behind us, as a matter of fact. They were super comfortable. They're really great suits, easy to operate in, easy to move around in, easy to see all the displays. David Clark, thank you very much for giving us a great spacesuit. We'll take care of them, we promise. So they're just, like I said, they're like our two other crew members here hanging out with us right behind us. One other thing I just want to talk about the spacecraft. It is stowed with a bunch of stuff. Thank you to Dee and Min and all that team who got this spacecraft all packed up. We've been finding stuff, of course, a little disoriented when things are on 1G and then in space. So we had a couple questions about where a couple things are, but we know our team has all the answers down there. So we thank Crew Systems and everybody who's helping us out when we have a question here or there. But I think for the most part, we got everything done. And, at night, right before we go to bed, we'll clean up just like as usual, which is very neat because I'm trying to follow in his footsteps. Keep our spacecraft nice and clean and neat, and we'll put everything away and make sure that we get a good night's sleep. So we're well on our way with our operational crew capabilities that we both got to fly and stowage here, moving things around and finding all our stuff. It's another great day in space.
This is usually where we see if there are any questions. So, but I guess that's kind of hard here. There'll be more to come. More as we trek through the next days, next week. Again, it's been, the first 6 hours have been absolutely fascinating and well beyond our expectations. I tell you what. So, again, kudos to ULA and to Boeing and to David Clark for the suits and also the NASA team and all the folks down at MO. All you guys sitting on console, even now. It's great to be a part of this process with all of you. Certainly a pleasure.
So yeah, that was the crew having the opportunity to really give their initial thoughts on the mission today. So it's always super exciting to hear from them. And as it was said before, this is primarily a crew interface flight test, where we're getting the first looks at how the crew is interfacing with the vehicle, what they think about the interior, how comfortable is that, are their spacesuits comfortable, and it seems like they're very happy with all the different aspects that they've been exposed to so far. So again, very happy with where we are right now in the mission, and super happy with their initial thoughts.
Starliner Houston, your conference configured for air to ground 2.
Going to air to ground 2.
And again, the crew is now going to step into that.
Air to ground 2. Who are we talking to?
They're going to step into that private medical conference to discuss how they're feeling after their first 8 hours and 18 minutes aboard Starliner. Following that, they'll move into their pre-sleep period and then their sleep period. Hopefully, we'll get a good night's rest before docking tomorrow, targeting 11:15 a.m. Central for that, with hatch opening remarks to follow around 1 p.m. and welcome remarks at 1:20 p.m. Central Time tomorrow.
And Starliner, while we're taking a look at the comm config, still learning how to really manipulate the humidity system. Just want to make sure, and we're pretty confident that it was, that the desiccant in seat 1 was capped.
Yeah, seat 1, if that's the CDR seat, which we think it is, that is definitely capped.
Okay, yeah, copy that. Thank you. And then a change for the charging plan for tonight. We'd actually like to pivot and put the centerline camera battery on the slow charger.
Okay, we'll do it.
All right, and I'm going to sneak these in now. I've got a couple more actions for you. First one, we're seeing the pressure coming up on the ERS manifold, maybe a little leakage past the regulator. To sort of fix that and lower the pressure on the ECLS control panel, we'll open the PPM suit for 2 seconds and then reclose it. And then for the cabin temp, we're getting pretty close to condensating on the heat exchanger, so we want you to bump it back up just a little bit.
Okay, the PPM suit, we did it for 2 seconds, and understand you want the temperature knob rolled up a bit.
Yeah, good read. Okay, a little bit more traffic while we're troubleshooting the conference. During the debrief conference, we rang that port doghouse manifold 2 mismatch message. Essentially what we were seeing in the ullage helium was that we had a greater leak than what was expected. So we went ahead and isolated port manifold 2. Those results seem like they were pre-launch on that manifold, and we're still checking the rest of the data. So that's a developing story, and we're working it.
Okay, we copy all.
Okay, and we've got your conference now set up on air-to-ground 2.
Okay, we'll switch to 2. Suni's got the Starliner battery charger installed, and she is charging the battery that was in the camera.
Roger that.
All right, Houston, Starliner back with you on 1.
Okay. I assume the conference is complete then. Hey, can we get another set of tablet battery states of charge?
Stand by. 12 is at 5-1, 51.
Starliner, be advised, we're going to go ahead and reopen the HES ISO valve 1, and I will let you know just before it happens to see if it makes any sounds that you think it might disturb you if you're asleep.
Okay, tablet number 9 is at 5-6.
9 at 5-6.
And do you want us to do step 5 of this pre-sleep configuration and power down the DMC and DUs 1 and 2 and the keypads?
Not yet.
I mean, eventually will you want us to?
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of turning off all my insight into the spacecraft. We'll do it if you needed to save power, but I don't mind leaving a DU up with the DMC on if that suits you.
Okay, yeah, that's something we'll have to talk about here. We'll get back to you.
Okay.
All right, stand by for HES ISO valve 1 close command. And the HES ISO valve 1 is open.
Okay, copy.
And Butch, getting back to you on the DMCs and the DUs, for the shutdown, we're only turning off DMC 1, but yeah, both DUs and both keypads, we'd like to get those off for power, but you'll still have DMC 2 going in the background.
Yeah, we knew that. I just, turned off the DUs. But we'll do it. You bet.
Okay, yeah, and of course, anytime you need it, just you fire it up, your discretion.
Yeah, you bet. And we'll stand by on that. Do you want us to stand by on all the rest thereafter, or go ahead and start working through the post-sleep?
We're working on an action for you here regarding the prop system. We're fine-tuning that. I'll get right back with you. Okay. Sorry, got a little ahead of myself there. We had that cabin fan DP low and another sensor in the sublimator go low. We need to power cycle the CIR, the ROW 1. When we do that, it's going to swap to AU1. Once we see that AU1 is up, we're going to do a swap back to AU2 here on the ground. You're going to have to reconfigure the comm panels to get back in a nominal config. And remember that the AU1 doesn't have the handheld mic.
Yeah, we copy that. And you say you're going to power cycle CIR1, or you want me to?
We're going to take care of it down here, Butch.
Okay, stand by.
Hey, did you guys hear the HCS valve close? Open?
We did not hear anything, no.
Okay, that's great news. No action, cabin fan, DP low message, no joy on getting the DP sensor back.
And we copy.
And if you could, please just go ahead and take the audio panels back to the nominal config.
Can you repeat your last, please?
Yeah, just go ahead and take the comm panels back to the default config. More importantly, just punch up air to ground 2 on the pilot panel. Thank you.
Done. The sleep masks are not in the environmental health kit. Might you have another location for us to check?
All right, we'll check. Starliner Houston for sleep mask.
Go ahead, Neil.
Hey, Sonny. We're looking for a 1.0 CTV, seat 4, -Z outboard. The number on the CTV is 5422. Says clothing, crew, media, /Bobob.
Okay, copy that. Say the serial number of the CTV one more time.
5422.
5422. In work.
And Starliner Houston for prop actions.
Go ahead, Neil.
Hey, Sunny, earlier I had alluded to us watching the SM helium, or the ullage pressures in the SM system. So we isolated the port helium manifold. Looks about what it was before. As such, we'd like for you guys to get into 11.1010, 11.1010 SM prop leak. Do steps 2 and 3. This is for the safe prop command. But step 2 is attitude control config. And at that point, once you get through with the safe prop command, we're going to take a look at the data. We don't know about how long that'll take, but if Nordo, go ahead and pick back up in step 8 to get the system back in a good config.
Okay, steps 2 and 3, and the procedures 11.11. One more time, 807.
11.1010. 11.1010. SM
okay,
prop leak.
11.1010. Got it. It's in work. And Houston, Starliner, we are in full free. We are ready to safe stop if you are.
We're ready.
Okay. And Houston, Starliner, are you ready for us to jump into step 8?
Negative. We're going to sit here and watch the data for a little bit longer.
Okay, we'll be standing by when you want us to do it, or let us know what your plan is.
So it seems that Suni and Butch have taken action to close all the helium manifold valves at the moment, and we have teams on the ground who are going to be taking a look at the data that they receive back from that. So we are receiving this information in real time, just like you are, and we'll keep you up to date as we hear more information.
Starliner, Houston Air to Ground 1. Just wanted to touch base with you. We are still characterizing the data here on the ground based on the actions you took in the prop system.
Yep, we're still standing by.
Okay, Starliner, just one more reminder before we send you to bed, and I know we're into the sleep period. We'll have both tablets powered down completely once we set you guys loose to bedtime. And then did you find the sleep masks?
Yes, we have the sleep masks.
Okay. Copy that, and we're formulating a plan specifically in the prop system to reconfigure it for the sleep shift.
Okay, standing by.
Starliner, Butch, we're ready for you guys to take the cabin fan config steps out of the pre-sleep configuration.
Okay, we'll put the cabin fan pre-sleep steps in work.
Starliner Houston, for the prop messages, no action required on those. That's just related to thermals with those manifolds being isolated.
Related to the thermal effects of those manifolds being isolated. That's what you said?
Yeah, that's correct. We've got a recovery plan coming. Stand by. Starliner, for the prop leak check. Thanks for putting up with us while we're dealing with it here on the ground and getting a plan together. Looks like we picked up a couple more helium leaks. The big picture plan is that for the overnight config, we're going to leave the top helium manifold 1 and the port helium manifold 1 closed. And so those, consequently, those jets will be unavailable. In order to get the platform back and in control, we're going to go ahead and walk you through 11.1010, picking up in step 8. And there's going to be some deltas, so I figured it'd be easier just to walk through it when you're ready.
All right, 11.1010, step 8. We're ready.
Okay, for step 8, we'll take that tab stop 6 on prop SM sum 16, correction. We'll take the tab stop 16 and get you configured for the top doghouse.
Okay, top doghouse, tab top 16. Here we are. We're on the top doghouse.
And in that step, we're going to take tab stops 12 and 14. 12 and 14.
Okay, step 8, type 1, we'll do tab 12 and 14 to open.
Yeah, it's a good readback.
That's complete.
And then for step 9, we'll configure for the bottom doghouse and do all of step 9.1.
Bottom doghouse, all of step 9.1.
Good readback.
That is complete.
Okay, now with you in step 10, we'll configure for the port doghouse, and then we'll take tab stops 12 and 14.
Okay, step 10, port doghouse, tab stops 12 and 14.
It's a good read.
That is complete.
Roger, see it. All right, now we're ready for step 11. Select the starboard doghouse, and we'll...
Ready for step 11 when you are.
Yeah, sorry about that. Walked right into a handover again. Let's see. Step 11, select the starboard doghouse, and we'll take all of 11.1.
Starboard doghouse, all of 11.1.
Good read.
So right now you can hear that Capcom's actually giving the astronauts instructions on how to close specific manifolds related to the helium situation. So that's what you're hearing right now, is them going step by step on how to do that operation before they get ready to move into their sleeping period of their mission.
11.1 complete.
All right, yeah, we see it down here, Butch. Now we'll go to prop SMRCS.
All right, we're there.
Okay, I'll take a tab stop 6464 for open, then auto.
Okay, 64 will go open, and then we'll go 64 auto.
Good read back.
That is complete.
All right, Butch, we'll take you back to prop SM sum. We'll take a tab stop 2, get reg 2 back online.
Okay, reg 2's coming open with a tab stop 2. Enable.
Enable, yep. Good read back.
All right, we're ready to copy and find out exactly what you mean by picked up another helium leak. So give it to us.
And stand by on that, Butch. We'll take a trans auto and then point auto.
Trans auto now, point auto coming.
And thanks for looks like we're going back to attitude now. Hey, I really want to get you guys a concise, good story on what we saw. Essentially, you can take a look at the pneumatic helium pressures in manifold 1 for the top, and then port 1. Those were the other two pneumatic helium manifolds that we noticed leaks in. And we reopened the pneumatic helium to the port manifold 2 leak, which was the one we had pre-flight, which was it's about the same as it was when we had the initial isolation during the conference.
Okay, how does this new one look compared to that one?
And Butch, I'm sorry to. We're still getting the story together, and I'm going to get you all the right information. So we're going to execute a shift handover.
No problem.
We're execute a shift handover down here, and Rob Jack should have a story for you.
Okay. Do you have any more steps for us in the pre-sleep config?
I'm checking.